Check. What you doing?
We're gonna build a PC.
Oh,
We're gonna build a PC live on stream. It's gonna be
oh.
interesting. It could be real bad, actually.
So what do you got? Which parts?
Well, we'll talk about that on the stream.
When's the stream starting?
It's already started.
Oh, it is.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me look.
I told Saminus to get in here too.
There he is.
She's a maintenance flight tonight. This could really be bad because I'll be able to mess up the entire system live on stream and watch a real man cry live on stream. Once the motherboard gets in and the CPU's in it without being scratched, then and only then will I not worry about crying. I might have to cry before that. I'm not sure if you remember, but the last Gigabyte motherboard I had that I did this, it it didn't go well. I'm not sure if you remember. I hung the Gigabyte motherboard on my wall because when I accidentally scratched it,
Oh no.
and I sent it off to RMA telling them that I accidentally scratched it and wondering if they could help me out. I had to pay $40 US to ship it all the way to California for them literally to look at it and say customer caused damage and send it back to me. I'm like, I knew it was customer caused damage, you idiot. And from that moment on, I will never buy another Gigabyte piece of equipment again.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to. I mean,
I mean, I would
you
expect them
can't
to help me
RMA it
out.
if you damage it. I mean.
Well, I know, but when I had emailed them, they said, don't worry about it, we'll help you out. Because I'd obviously talked to their tech support prior to
Mm.
shipping it out. And they said, we'll look at it, not a problem, we'll help you out. And when it got there, the guy on the bench tech, I guess, didn't get the message. so,
Yeah.
they just sent it back.
Two hands. Each one don't know what the other's doing.
Well, that's it exactly. I don't know. This should be rather interesting. All right, well, I guess we'll get into it, and it'll be a little bit of fun. Maybe.
I'm anxious to hear what you got.
You're anxious to hear what I got. Good evening, everybody. November 38, Alpha Kilo, Cockpitbuilders.com, live on Twitch. We're going to do the inevitable tonight. We're going to try and build the new gaming PC live on stream. This should be interesting to see. Sim Caesar, good to see you, my man. Diabeto, good to see you. Native 49er, Salty Dog, Slap Shooter. It's good to see all you guys. Thanks very much for being here. I guess we're going to see what happens. We'll go through all the parts and all the components, and then we'll build her live on stream. Let's get started.
Good afternoon, Eagle County Ground, King Air 8 Alpha Kilo. We're at the ramp ready for taxi, runway 25. We'll take the apron, Alpha 3 to Alpha, runway 25, hold short, King Air 8 Alpha Kilo. Clear to Ottawa, Leicester 2, runway 6 left, 0544, King Air 8 Alpha Kilo. runway 7, King Air 8 Alpha Kilo.
Good evening, everybody. November 38 Alpha Kilo, Cockpitbuilders.com, live on Twitch. Good to see us. We're going to do the inevitable, and we're going to build the new Flight Sim PC live on stream. And I've got Disavowed Player and Fess in the chat, Discord, and hopefully Saminus will join us there soon. I'm going to probably need a little help with this, guys. There's a lot of new technology here that I haven't really gone through before. But nonetheless, we're going to see how it goes. How's it going, Disavowed? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Wow, sounds like you got a mouthful. Are you eating supper right now?
I'm having some beef jerky.
Nice. That's like the food for the gods right there. Are things colder for you in Phoenix, Arizona?
We're in the 50s during the day.
Oh, that's not that
Today
cold.
got up to maybe 60, but we had a couple freezes over the last 3-4 days.
Oh, did you? You actually went below freezing, so you were below 32?
Yeah, during the night. Yeah, we got down 29, 30.
Oof, that doesn't happen very often. You must have had the heat going or something. Cuddled all up to Monica, trying to keep warm, or
I
what?
could hear the heat going on several times during the night. Yeah, it would wake me up.
Eesh. Wow. What about you, Fess? Are you still below freezing?
Yeah, we're down at 23. It got cold again today. It warmed up yesterday a little bit, and then we were been in the 20s all day today.
Oof. So when you're in
20 American.
yeah, so 20 American. So you're
We're
you're
7 degrees, 8
yes.
degrees below
So
freezing.
yeah, so your 0 is where it really gets cold. When you guys get to 0, that's minus 20 here. We hit minus 36.
We were in the
this
single
week.
digits last week.
Yeah, it was cold, and unfortunately cold last night, cold again tonight, and then I guess we'll be good for a couple of nights, and then Wednesday we're back in the minus 30s again, so that sucks.
Technically, you could turn your AC unit on in there, and it would still be warmer than outside.
So you're 100% right, and it's actually funny because last Friday when I streamed, I couldn't believe that I actually had to turn the AC on in here because it was getting a little warm, but... So anyways, we're going to start the new build tonight. You guys could see the reflection on the case right here. I'm kind of expecting to be able to do most of the build right here. So you guys can see it. I moved the cockpit cam out of the cockpit and moved it in here. So this is a Corsair 3500X IQ Link black case. So they call it a fish tank case because it's all plexi on the front as well as plexi on the side. So we're going to do that. Fess is going to hate me for it, but...
Fill it with water.
AMD Ryzen 7 upside down 9800X 3D.
I ain't going to hate you for it. It's all right.
You are, because you're an Intel guy. I'm an Intel guy, so...
Well, I can't. I mean, I can't give you any advice on it because I don't know shit about them. So.
Me neither, because... So here's the deal. Up until this point, I've only ever owned one other previous AMD CPU.
Yeah.
And you know what them fuckers at Newegg...
The old Athlons.
Do you know what them fuckers, those Newegg at Newegg did to me? Pissed me off. This CPU was, I think, $5.99 or $6.99 or something like that. Out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. 2 days before it came back in stock, they raised the price to $7.99. And then it went back into stock. And I just said, fuck it. We're buying
What's the number on that? Is that one of those 7-watt Who's It's 3D super duper processors?
Yeah, it's a 7900X3D. It is arguably the top gaming CPU that you can buy as of the viewing of this video.
All right then.
So, I mean, I sent you that Tom's Hardware links for Flight Sim tests with the 9800X3D, and it was still is the king. We don't know what, with AMD releasing the 9950X3D and the 9900X3D, we don't know what those are going to do. They were announced at CES, but I mean, really, this is the best I can do.
What'd you get video card wise?
That's what I'm doing next. So we got
Can't wait. What is it?
we got the Ventus 3X GeForce 4070 Ti Super.
It's a good card.
So it's a 4070 Ti Super MSI card. We're gonna be putting that in a little bit later, obviously. And the motherboard, which was fucking overkill. The motherboard, which was definitely overkill. I probably should have gone with a 670 motherboard. We went with the MSI X870E Carbon Wi-Fi. This is fucking heavy. Like, this thing is heavy. It is
probably loaded with heat sinks.
It is loaded with a solid I/O. So this will be the first build I've ever done where the I/O doesn't have that little aluminum shield that goes in the back of the PC. It's built on the motherboard.
Yeah.
But I went with this because it has the I'm actually not even looking at the chat, so that's probably a bad thing. Sorry about that, guys. Let's try this now.
Samus has some stuff he's
Yeah,
talking
just
about.
Samus.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the viewers. Anyways, this is probably the most advanced motherboard I've ever purchased, so it'll be interesting to see if I can fuck this one up, which wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Before you start, what's your how many beers have you had?
Lots.
Oh.
No, not really. I've actually had. So here's the funny story.
Get a soda and pace yourself, man, so you don't fuck it up.
Oh, I do. Don't worry. I got soda coming. We got a Jack Daniels and Coke coming.
Oh no.
So,
no.
Yes. Anyways, the funny thing about this is I had to pace myself alcohol-wise today. Being Friday, I don't work. For those of you that don't know, I don't work Fridays. I only work Monday to Thursday. So today I had some running around to do this morning, but I figured, you know what? The case. So earlier in the week, I got a notification that there was some big accident in Toronto. So because of the big accident in Toronto, my case was going to be delayed. The stupid thing is, signature required. Well, if I'm not home, I can't sign for it, which isn't a problem. So we have a company called Purelator, which is kind of like a FedEx almost. But it's like a Canadian version. And it's not a problem if it comes Purelator because it'll go to the depot that's here in town. They're open till 6. So if I come home, I get home at 5, I see a notice on the door, I can just drive right over there and pick it up, sign for it, whatever. However, Newegg shipped 99% of the items via Purelator, and they shipped one item, being the case, via UPS. The problem is there is no UPS depot anywhere near where I live. So if you are not home for 2 days in a row, they ship it back to Newegg. So I emailed them. I talked to their customer support yesterday. I said, listen, this thing's been rescheduled for delivery on Monday. It's going to be a serious problem. I won't be home to sign for it. It's going to get shipped back to you. And they said, well, we'll try and change the address. We can change it somewhere else where there'll be someone. I said, send it to the Purelator Depot. At least then they'll accept it, and then I can go there and pick it up. Well, obviously, they sent me an email late last night that said, sorry, it didn't work. And I'm like, okay. This morning I wake up, and I get a notice that said, guess what? Your UPS is out for delivery today. I'm like, perfect. So instead of me going out and doing my errands first thing this morning, I waited around until it showed up. The last thing that was supposed to show up today that required a signature was the video card. And I'm like, perfect. So I said to my wife, Purelator will be around. When they come to the door, answer it, sign for it. I'm going to go out and do my errands now that the case showed up, and I'll see you in a little bit. Not a word of a fucking lie. I'm on my way back from Quebec, and my wife texts me and says, sorry, I didn't hear the door. They left a note on the door that said, sorry we missed you. You can pick it up at the depot after like 4:30 or something. And I'm like, well, whatever. At least I can go there and pick it up. I literally pulled in my driveway, came home, sulked for a little bit, did what I needed to do, and I said to her, well, I can't drink. Like, I can't have any alcohol because I got to go back out. So I just did my thing. And around 3:30, I said, well, shit, maybe I'll head over to the depot and see if the guy's gone and drop the stuff off. I literally pulled out of my driveway and went to the end of my road and went, I forgot my wallet, my photo ID. Fuck. So I turned around, drove back towards my house, and as I'm driving to my house, I see a Purelator truck right in front of me with the four-ways on, right across the street from my house. And I'm like, what the hell's the deal here? So I parked my truck right in front of it. I got out, my neighbor, I said hi to him. He says, you coming to see me? I said, actually, no, I'm coming to see the two Purelator people there. And they said to me, what's up? And I said, well, were you by chance the ones that tried to deliver my video card 4 hours ago? And they said, are you Trevor Hale? And I said, yes, I am. And they said, yes, we've definitely got it. We haven't made it back to the depot yet. So I was able to sign right there, pick up the video card about an hour and a half before I potentially could have got it. So I wanted to make sure I got it in and got it acclimatized because who knows how cold or how long these have been in the back of their trucks, right? So
do you guys always have to sign for stuff, or
no,
can you opt out
it's
of
just
that?
so this is the thing with Newegg. Most items with other outside of Newegg, I can get and I can go on I've got an app on my phone even for UPS and I can just say, no, I don't want to sign for it. This is my signature and it's good. But Newegg refuses to allow you to do that. The funny thing, they must specifically for high ticket items, they want to make sure you get it. What I explained to the lady from Newegg when I talked to her was, I said, listen, yesterday, you guys left $1,800 worth of items on my doorstep without requiring a signature, but you're forcing me to sign for a $200 case. Like, what are you thinking? And she's like, I don't know why they decide bulky items are bigger, they need a signature. I said, well, the signature is what's fucked us because most of the time the delivery comes, they leave it at my door. We live in a rural neighborhood, so there's really the odds of anybody porch pirating me is like next to nil. But I mean, either way, there's 100 places around my door that they can put it. Nobody would ever see it. But for some reason, because they required the signature, it fucked me, especially because they shipped it UPS. But anyway, not a big deal. So we're going to get into this. Fess, any more questions before I keep going?
Sorry. How much RAM? What'd you get, 64?
Okay, so we'll look at that next. So yes, we got two 32 gig. We're going with a full 64 gig of Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR5. It's 66. Yeah, I you know what? I kind of went fucking retarded on the RGB when I'm not even an RGB guy. Like, if I literally showed you the existing flight sim PC, there may be RGB in it, but the case is like completely black and steel.
RGB retarded guy bought this.
Yeah, exactly. So I went with the IQ Link Corsair case, which came with 3 IQ Link Corsair fans. You can actually almost see them in the back. So those 3, plus we got the RGB RAM, plus we got the IQ Link Titan 360 AIO, all RGB and IQ Link. We got, oh shit, dropped it. And we bought the additional 3 IQ Link RGB fans that we're gonna have to put in. This is gonna be a late night, guys. I don't know about you, but it's gonna be a late night.
You're gonna have to throw a blanket over that thing. You're gonna be sitting in your cockpit, and the back of your head's gonna be lit up like fucking Chernobyl.
Kind of the funny thing.
Or you're gonna have to get a special camera just to have a.
No. So the best part,
like a discotheque.
I've already thought about it. The best part about all of this is there is a single button on the top of the case It's it can be a reset button or it can be an LED button. I can literally just hit that button and turn them off, which is probably the way it's going to be most of the time. I also got one of these, Fess. It's a 7-port PCI
There you
Express
go.
USB 3 card to go in the motherboard to
Hardtack.
give me an additional 7 USB ports,
Yep.
PCI
Powered.
USB version 3, powered from the motherboard. So it should be all good. I got the Corsair K70 keyboard and another MX laser mouse, which will do.
Power supply.
Because my plan is not, obviously, I'm streaming on my main FSPC right now. This will become the new FSPC. But until I get rid of this one, I am not going to, until I've tested the new one completely, I'm not going to shift them all down the line. So the intention with this is the streaming PC that I'm using for streaming now will actually become the new glass cockpit PC. So it'll run all the PFDs and the ND in the cockpit. And the one that's currently running the PFDs and ND in the cockpit, which is, I think it's an i5 500X or K or something like that, it will then become the FMC computer, and the old FMC computer will go by the way of the dodo bird. So it's not going to be a big deal, but I'm not going to move everything down the line until we get this one built. It's not even possible for you to get those USB cards. Replica Gaming, you say the IQ software blows. I guess we're going to find out. Do a dual PC dedicated stream and a dedicated gaming PC. So funny that you see
Pretty
that.
complicated.
I
Your setup.
actually have that, but you have to understand I also have power limitations in the building that I'm in. I'm not in my house. And I only have, I think it's a 40 amp feed to my shed, all the projectors, 3 PCs, plus the big heating and air conditioning unit. If I was to have to run a 4th PC just for streaming, it's not going to work for me. So the objective
Power
is
supply.
that's the next one. So this fucker is heavy. Ugh. We went with the RM 1000 watt Corsair. I think it's ATX 3.1, which you all know is just means it's got the cable built in for the RTX 4000 series cards instead of me having to use the stupid little video card adapter. This funky ass adapter that they send you for 40 series video cards. I won't have to use that because there's actually a connector built on the power supply for that, so I don't need to worry about that. But well, I don't know if it is a good power supply replica, because as much as I would say I am a huge Thermaltake or EVGA power supply supporter, this is the first time that I'm giving Corsair and their power supply a chance. I'm a little nervous about it. I actually, this case recommended the Corsair Shift series, which is a power supply, but instead of the modular plugs being on the back, they're actually on the side of the Shift series. And I was going to get that, but then I thought, no, they didn't have 1,000 watt. I would have had to go all the way up to the 1,200 watt. And to me, this was already like $250 for the power supply, so I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do. So you have a Corsair 1,200 watt power supply with no issues, and Salmonus, you have a 1,250 Corsair power supply. All right, well, I guess we're going to find out.
It's all a dice roll, man. You know, you got your D20, you got a 5% chance.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
So we got 2 NVMe's to put in. One is a PCI Gen 5, which is going to be 12,000 mega transfers a minute. That's a 2 terabyte T-Force, which was recommended by you, I believe, Fess. The T-Force NVMe's. They were actually cheaper on the PCIe
Actually,
version 5.
the RAM memory, that's I use the T-Force on
Oh,
that.
you use the T-Force RAM. So anyways, we're going to
Yeah.
try their NVMe. It's a 2 terabyte. So currently in the flight sim machine, what I've got now is I have a 500 gig Samsung Evo 970, I think, in there, which is 500 gig. It's not actually, it may not even be 500 gig, maybe even smaller than that, which is my C drive. And then I got a 2 terabyte NVMe for the D drive. Now, my plan was either to do two things: put the 2 terabyte NVMe for the main Windows, and then I got another Western Digital Black PCIe version 4 for its 2 terabyte for the D drive. I was actually going to rip the D drive out of that because that's only going to be used for the glass cockpit moving forward. But for now, 4 terabytes is more than the 2.5 that I have now, so I'll see how that all goes. I don't know. This could be an absolute shit show. You've only ever had Corsair, never had issues with mine. Only had the AIO system have issues, but that was replaced free of charge. So funny story. I have a Corsair era AIO 240 millimeter, I think, in the main PC build that I've got now. But about 6 months, no, it wasn't even. 5 months ago, something like that, my power supply in the main flight sim PC blew up. And I went to the local computer store and they had an 850 watt on the shelf thermal take, so I just bought it. I paid too much for it, but it's local and I could get it right away. Put it in here, but instead of me replacing the cords, the modular cord, I just assumed that the modular cord was the same pinout. And when I plugged it into the AIO, I melted all of the PWM cables to my CPU cooler. I had smoke coming out of the PC, which was really, really bad. And then what I did was shut it off, cried a little bit, figured out what I had done, grabbed the other cable, plugged it in, made sure the cables weren't touching it, literally burnt the insulation right off the PWM fan controls, taped them all up, and to this day they're still running. So it's all good, but it's one of those things that when you're using modular power supplies, never assume the pinout is going to be the same from one brand to another. Howie says, just getting ready to start building a 737 cockpit, not quite like yours. Thanks, man. Well, tonight we're in a maintenance flight. We're going to build a new PC, so it's not really flying much either, so it's all good. Good to see you, though. Have the MIPS panel laser. You're going to have the MIP panels laser cut out, screen frames 3D printed, and you got PCBs for the FMC and MCP. Good for you. Yeah, you're 100% right, Saminus. That's the safe thing to do. All right. Well, welcome to the stream anyways, guys. Good to see you. We're going to get sort of set up here so that we can put the CPU in the motherboard first. This could be very, very scary because doing things live, you never know. You never know when things are going to go bad, wrong, or good. So we're going to see what happens. I'm hoping you guys are going to be able to see my dirty countertop here, which is lots of pen, marker, and all kinds of things that I've done writing on it. You can even see, the wonderful mouse trap. You can see that sitting there just in case, a mouse decides to come by. We're looked after. Anti-static. No, I'm going to set the motherboard on the anti-static bag. That's my plan anyway. It's what I always done. Not really worried about it. But that's obviously the first thing that we're going to have to get into. So, I don't know, without further ado, I guess we'll grab the razor blade wherever I left that. Somewhere here. We're not in any rush. This could be a 2-hour stream. It could be a 4-hour stream. It could be a 5-hour stream. God knows how long it's going to go for, but I'm hoping to get at least as far as getting Windows installed on the machine. Okay, there's no tape on this. Okay, I didn't even need the razor blade. We'll see if we can get Windows 11 installed. What's all in the box? We're not actually doing an unboxing, just saying. But I am going to look in the box and see what the hell they all give us, because I haven't actually seen any of this stuff. I don't know what's in here. I mean, it must be pretty... What in the fuck? Oh, Wi-Fi. It's a Wi-Fi motherboard. I don't really know if I'll ever use the... I think this is like Wi-Fi 7. I can't imagine using Wi-Fi for anything, especially being this is the main streaming PC. I'm thinking this is always going to be hardwired, so I'm not too worried about it. This, like you got this, oh, this is really cool. You got this little stand, and I don't know. I think the whole Wi-Fi thing is a bit of a fucking gimmick, but I do see how that works. There we go. Little Wi-Fi stand. I don't know, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, but like I said, I'm not so sure if I'm going to use it. Yeah, to me it's kind of useless. This motherboard has a 2.5 gig and a 5 gig port on it. I'll probably just plug into the 5 gig port. And that's going to be it for that. Holy shit, that's a heavy board. Just make sure there's nothing else stuck in the bottom of this, which there is. Oh, look at that. Look at all this crap. SATA cables, other cables, stuff that we're probably not going to need. Other headers. Oh, there's some kind of a key. And believe it or not, they actually give you some documentation. Alright, we'll just, all this bloody cardboard. Stickers. Fuck do you want stickers for? Oh, MSI stickers. Nice. Oh, the European Union Regulatory Notice. What the fuck is this, Saminus? You'd know all about this, probably. European Union Regulatory Notices. Yep, not even going to bother reading that. But they give you the manual. I have definitely ensured that the manual, or the memory I bought, I have ensured that it is 100% listed in compatibility for the motherboard. So I don't have to worry about it not working. But just so you know, I have definitely checked the compatibility of the memory model number in the motherboard. So that's at least one thing that's going to work. I do kind of wish I had a little more light in here than I do, but we'll make do. I know you don't live in Europe, Saminus, but it's closer to you than it is to me. You live in Europe, not in the EU, yeah. All right. So we'll make sure we set this on the bag, which is an anti-static bag, so we know we don't have to worry about that. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? Because I'm smart like that. I'm actually going to use that for extra support. It's actually kind of a nice looking card. Give you a look at the rear I/O there. Lots of stuff. We're looking at 10 gig USB 4s, I guess. USB 3s, sorry, and then 1 to 40 gig USB Cs, which would be USB 4. Alrighty, next thing we're going to do is the part that I really fucking hate, which is going to be putting the CPU in. And then I'll do the memory and NVMe, and we'll go from there. Because if I absolutely fuck up the CPU, then I'll cry and I'll probably end the stream pretty much pretty much right here. But we don't want to fuck up the pins. Just want to make sure the pins are good. I'm going to give them a quick look because I haven't seen them. Yes, they're all good. No issues there. Grab the CPU. Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. I will need the wonderful razor blade for this bad boy. Touch some metal, make sure there's no fucking static electricity anywhere before I touch this fucking thing. Just to double check, it should be top left hand corner. Yes, it is for the corner of the CPU. Just wanted to make sure. And if I'm not mistaken, top left hand corner here it is. CPU's in. There. I didn't fuck it up. You have the dreaded. No, you know what? So I was an electronics engineer in my previous life, and I worked for a company by the name of LaserQuest. I was a bench technician for them for years, and even through school, they told us like, don't waste your fucking time, energy, or money on those fucking anti-static bullshit things. Don't waste your time and energy. I believe it. All right, so we can take that and put that back in there. Not really worried about that. The only reason I will keep the box is after I make sure it posts, then I can throw it out. But for now, in the bin. All right, next we'll do the RAM, which is the bottom of the heap. Once again, the Corsair 64 gig, so it's 232 gig DIMMs of Vengeance 5, Vengeance RGB DDR5, and it's 6600 Expo RAM. So we'll go ahead and see if we can open this fucker. Can't see where the tape is, but it's there. Again, keeping the packaging somewhat handy in case. I'm not one of those guys that keeps every box of everything, but there we are there. The good old Vengeance RAM. I don't keep the boxes for everything. I tried that once and it was really cool, but then I found I got to the point where it's like, dude, I had so many boxes kicking around. It was shitty. Alright, come on now. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to want to put these in slot 2 and 4. Stickers towards the CPU always. So there's 2 and 4. Sticker towards the CPU. If it'll go in the hole. Pins line up. That one's in. Who just joined us? Sticker towards.
Mr. Salmonus has joined us.
Awesome. It's easier than him typing, I'm sure. Alright, number 4.
You didn't talk about the most expensive part here.
The fuck? Which part was the most expensive part?
Well, the wife credit parts. How many wife credits did you use up?
everyone. How
That's the
all
motor
the,
I use.
yeah, so funny story when I get shares with the company, and I get them. They get as a supervisor, they get paid out every year after 4 years. Regardless, I get no say. They just get paid out a certain portion of them. Anyways, so I told her once I've paid all the stuff that needs to be paid, I said, I am buying a new computer this year. It's been 6 years since I upgraded. I am buying a new computer this year. And she said, no problem. How much is that? And I said, I'm expecting 5 grand. And she said, okay. And then I couldn't get a CPU. For the life of me, the only thing I could do was get the 7800 X3D, not the 9800 X3D. And I really wanted the 9800 X3D, but they were out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. And I said to her, listen, quote unquote, as I'm sure you guys know, not to get political, but tariffs are coming. I want to make damn sure that I buy whatever I can. If it comes available, I am fucking buying it. And it came available. But Newegg did fuck me out of an extra $100. I will say that for sure.
Oh, did they charge you a restocker fee?
Well, no, what they did is they upped the price. They upped the price of the 9800 X3D by $100 before it restocked. So as soon as I saw the price go up by $100, I was like, I'll bet you they got more stock. And sure enough, they did.
Yep.
All right, so this one, I'm not sure if you guys will be able to see, but these are all toolless NVMEs. So because this one actually has, this heatsink actually has RGB on it, there's a really nice RGB connector on the back. This one is PCIe 5. So this is where I have to put the T-Force 2 terabyte PCI Gen 5 NVMe in, and obviously I have to peel the thermal tape off of it at some point here. I don't know why they put stickers, clear stickers on absolutely everything, but again, not too worried about the garbage. I can always dig it back out if needed. But I'm expecting this should go well, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, they even give us this T-Force sticker if we want it. It's like a metal plate almost. It's actually pretty good. All right, this is toolless. I am going to use a little bit extra light here. What I don't understand, and I don't remember seeing that. Oh, okay, that's why, because that is the thermal paste. All right, take the NVMe, lay it down. Plug it in. And make sure that when we lay it down, it's not seem to be plugged in far enough. Click. And then we get so far, and I believe we have to turn this little dial. There we go, because it's toolless. And then we got to take the thermal paste. Sorry, that probably blinds the camera a little bit. The protective coating off the thermal off there. And I'm pretty sure. How the hell does that go on there? Oh, back there.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Fess. Just how this goes on, it seems like makes me a little nervous. I don't feel it click, which concerns me a little.
It's got a little tap screw on it.
No, there's no screws. It's toolless. But what I find tricky is where those go. They have to go. Oh, there we go. Push in and push down. Yes. So push in and push down thermal, and then we'll do the wonderful peel. There's actually a lot of things that I should have to peel off this damn motherboard.
Yes, for your protection.
Yeah, is that what it is? Is that like an ass gasket? Just asking. Why do they stick it underneath? I don't know. But look, there's still more. Why do they put so many peelies? I mean, rumor has it some people really like to peel things. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. There we go.
Like that blue
no
stuff.
fingerprints, no fudge, no smudgies, no scratches.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. All right, NVMe number 1 is in. We'll put in NVMe number 2. Probably can do it that way, except you can see that flashing in the camera. That's not so good. There, that's a little better. All right, I can't see though.
That's all I kept seeing in World Flight in the cockpit. That's all I kept seeing. Was everybody's cameras were just flashing.
So you know what the flashing is, by the way?
Facial recognition.
It is. It's the infrared on the thing for when it's looking at you. It's the infrared that's
looking
flashing.
at your face and doing facial recognition. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, now thing to remember about this, and I'm going to double check in the manual, I believe. But if I'm not mistaken, so the first NVMe is PCI Gen 5. The second one is PCI Gen 5, but it takes away from the lines of the video card slot. The third one and the fourth one are PCI Gen 4, so I believe I need to put it in this slot for the second one. So we're going to peel that fucker off. I just have no fingernails. Thermal tape. And then we got to grab the Western Digital Black 2 terabyte drive. The razor blade. Now, the only thing that I'm not sure about is this fucker's short. That shouldn't be a problem. I've never heard it ever be a problem when somebody was too short before. Alright, so we'll just set this bad boy in there. Get the click. Now these ones are nice. There's no turn and latch. You just push it down, it goes click. That's it. You're done. And then we double check the top of this. It's the middle one that I have to peel the thermal paste off of.
That damn little screw.
Yeah, well, they don't do that much anymore, so
that's nice.
It is actually nice. And then that just clips in there like that, all toolless now. And now actually that we're out of the danger zone now, except for me putting this in the case, which the last time I put a CPU cooler wasn't that machine, it was the one before that. The last time I put the CPU cooler on the machine, I actually dropped it and it scratched the motherboard. So we definitely want to. What's that?
You got it used in a water cooler, right?
An AIO, yeah.
So does it? What's the? Have you read up on the mounting on that yet?
So it's
Did,
both AM5 or LGA 1700 maybe.
did it need any brackets or anything, or is it just
So
use
that
what?
I have to open the AIO I dropped. Remember, I have to actually open it to look to see.
All right.
But I'll tell you that there's two things that make me nervous. One of them is if I take the two, if I take these two brackets off because I have to use their brackets, I don't want to do that until this is in the case. Because then you're mounting, everything is solid, and when you take those off, you won't lose the back plate or anything. So I'm hoping I'm not going to have to change those, but I'm pretty sure I will have to. Pretty sure. But like I
Well, the
said,
last one I did, I had to have access to the bottom of the motherboard to mount their mounting hardware.
okay, so what you're telling me is that I should actually open the AIO
Open
and
it
look
first.
at it
Yeah.
before I do that? Okay.
Yeah. And does your case have back access to the processor, backside of the processor?
I don't know. We haven't pulled it apart yet. I haven't even opened it. Everything's still
Yeah.
zip
Can
tied
you
in
see
it.
the motherboard tray in it at all?
Yes, from the front, I don't know about from the back. So like I said,
Because if you can see the motherboard tray, if it's got a big hole there where the processor would sit, then you
yeah.
would know.
Yeah, exactly. What's that, Sask, Wayne? And you don't need to get the back. Oh, if I can see it, then I'll be okay. Yeah. So the CPU's in, RAM's in, both NVMe's are in. I'm happy about that. So I think the next thing to do will be to get the case out and the AIO, but I'll do the AIO first because the AIO is going to tell us what we're going to need for the AM5 hardware. I don't know if they give you a. It's upside down, I guess. There's a picture of the. It's a Titan 360 millimeter RX RGB. I didn't go with the LCD screen, but it has the caps that you can replace. You can actually pull this cap off and put an LCD in its place. But to be honest, for an extra $100, $140, I was like, nope, I think I'll go without that. In all honesty, I have never built a PC where I actually said, fuck it, I'm going to buy the top of the line, whatever I can get. Um, and technically that to be true because the video card, I didn't buy a 4090, but this is probably the best build I've ever built with like most current technology. Stratford Will says, old McTrevor had a box, AIO, AIAIO. That's kind of funny, actually. Well done, Stratford Will. You deserve 6 medals for that. All 6 of them. I'm going to have to turn the fucking heat down in here, though, a little bit, because she's getting fucking warm. All right, let us see what is in this box. Stop! Don't forget to view the manual, it says. Yeah, well, I don't know if we need that. So, the radiator and the AIO. The good thing about this... Now, here's a question. I looked everywhere today to try and find out. Do I use the thermal paste that's on here, or do I wipe it off and add cheap no-name thermal paste? It just never looks like there's enough. It seriously never looks like there's enough. And of course, it's all done in Corsair. It's all done in Corsair fucking designs. It's the only thing that concerns me. I'm really does not look like there's enough thermal paste on that. All right, spare IQ Link hub comes in this, which I probably won't need. We'll see. There's one that comes in the case anyways, so I'm not too worried about that. What else have we got here?
Now that thermal paste, just do like you do with your toothbrush. Just lay a nice big bead across the whole length.
You're
And
kind of funny.
You know you got enough.
Oh my god, they gave me a fuck ton of IQ Link. Ooh, where'd that go? They gave me a shit ton of IQ Link cables. 1, 2, 3 of them. The IQ Link USB cables. Can put those over there for now. Some kind of, it's a very interesting, that goes to the motherboard, but a very interesting 3-pin header, which I would guess is PWM. And then we got the USB header for the IQ Link. And then a 6-pin header, which I'm guessing is to power the hub for the IQ Link. One of these is going to be Intel. Oh, I was wrong. LGA 1700 or 1851. I will not require that. Or AMD bracket. B360, B420. This is supposed to be AM5. A silica pack for eating on my French fries later when I feel excited. That's what that's for, right, Fess? You can put that on your French fries. Fess is ignoring me.
Better than salt.
I'm here.
Sprinkle it on there.
Oh, the dryer beads.
Yeah, I was asking if the silica pack was designed for putting on your French fries.
I stick it in my lip just like a chaw.
All right,
Between
so
your chewing gum there and
look, they gave me 2 silica packs. So this is going to be interesting. I will have to read up on this because this is the, I'm pretty sure these are the brackets that replace the ones that are on the motherboard. So I will have to disconnect those.
I'm gonna have to read the manual.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to RTFM, I think. It's pretty good. Everybody can go. This guy has no fucking idea. Well, you know what? This is my first AMD fucking build, so
Go slow, take your time.
I'm in no rush. It could be an all-nighter. Holy fuck, why do they give me so many fucking screws? Oh, that really...
Got to mount all those fans.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I have to pull the brackets off the motherboard. I have to put standoffs in, which will be in here, and then these screws will screw down into the standoffs. But unfortunately, I think we're going to have to I'm going to RTFM. It's the best thing to do.
Well, we'll have to see if you can beat your old record of rebuilding Crooner's yoke.
Oh wow, that was
spaghetti.
Spaghetti yoke. Dude, am I not? That was like an 8-hour stream. I think
it was a long freaking stream.
It was a long stream, but part of it was because I was talking and.
Well, it took an hour to just get the spaghetti out.
Oh my god, that was disgusting. And it wasn't spaghetti, it was lasagna.
Lasagna.
Yeah, it was fucking lasagna. It wasn't spaghetti. It was disgusting.
Hell, it could have been thrown up too. You don't know.
It could have been throw up. Oh my god, yeah. Fess, I never even thought of that.
He could have been drinking too much and just.
Oh, dude, it could have been throw up.
Those times when he fell asleep and during the stream, and just like
choking on his vomit.
Before you start, most newer PC cases include a CPU cutout to allow access to the back of the motherboard. If your case does not include a cutout, you will need to remove the motherboard from the case prior to installation. So we will need to look to see if I have access to that. I'm hoping I do.
Is it for the all instruction or just the Intel side of it?
It must be the all instruction because it's the very first message in the manual.
Yeah.
How's it going, Ghoul? Getting to know IQ Link Titan 360 RX RGB. Comes with the Titan RX RGB, the fans, yes. Intel and AMD mounting brackets, the bridge, fan and radiator mounting screws, and USB Type-C port for LCD screen cap swap. IQ Link active port. Alright. Included hardware. A. The Intel LGA brackets for 1851 and 1700. I left those in here because it actually says that on that package, so I don't need that. And then there is the Intel LGA 1851 1700 backplate as well. And then we got one AMD AM5/AM4 mounting bracket set, which is these two items. I am feeling better. I stopped those damn pills. I finished them, so I'm feeling better. My shoulder's still fucking killing me, but other than that, I'm okay. D, 16 long fan screws. Oh, that's what all the screws are for. To be able to mount the radiator and everything to the case. That's why there's all those. 8 radiator screws, 8 washers, 12 washers for the 360 IO, 3 120 fans, 1 hub, 1 PCIe power cable, 1 500 millimeter micro USB cable, 800 millimeter tech cable. Okay, so that's a tachometer cable. Okay. And then the IQ Link cables. The next steps will display one of several ways to complete a circuit. Not worried about that. I can do that RGB shit later. Connect the tag cable. Connect the 3-pin 1-wire tag cable K into the CPU fan header on the motherboard, then route it behind the motherboard tray. So that's the PWM, which is what I thought it was. Now here we go. Install the backplate. Remove protective film from the self-adhesive side on the LGA 1851 backplate. Not worried about that. I want AMD instructions. Oh, that says Intel installation. Let's go. AMD. Install the AMD mounting bracket. Replace the pre-installed Intel mounting bracket A with the AMD mounting bracket C.
Is that on the water block?
It's on the water block, I think. Yes, there is.
So that may just pop on then, huh?
Install the mounting bracket. Replace the pre-installed Intel mounting bracket A with the AMD mounting bracket C. What the fuck is C? I go back to the... I thought those were motherboard parts, but let me look here. What is C? It's this. No, it's these. Okay, so these two brackets that I've got here, these two, are the ones that actually go on the AIO itself, on the water block. There's C. Install the AMD mounting bracket. Replace pre-installed Intel mounting bracket A with the AMD mounting bracket C. It's important that AMD AM5 retention bracket be evenly secured on all sides before installation. Prepare the motherboard for installation. Remove the existing AMD AM5 mounting brackets as shown. So, okay. And then it just install the pump unit. So there is no standoffs that go in the motherboard. We literally will take the brackets off the motherboard. That's it. And then this will screw right into there. So there is no backplate that has to go on the motherboard. And then install the radiator.
And now you know.
That's good.
Well, from what I read, that's the way I read it. Doesn't mean I'm right. Let's be clear. It does not mean I'm right.
because I mean, at that point, you could probably install that then after the motherboard is in place. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, that I get that exact thing. If once I get this bracket on the water block, if the motherboard is in the case, I can then add this on after the fact, which I kind of like better because everything's a little more secure. Sasquatch says that's how he did his AMD install. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, let's be honest, guys. I'm streaming. I'm not too worried. I'm
What's
honestly not
What's
that
the?
worried.
Is that thing? Is that a sealed system? Has already got fluid in it, or do you have to add
Yes.
anything to it?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
no,
good.
it's sealed. It's fully
All
sealed.
right.
So the only thing I have to worry about, and I won't do it until the motherboard is in the case, is take those brackets off of the motherboard. But again, I'll wait until it's in the case. So I guess from my perspective, the next thing to do is to install the motherboard in the case.
Do you have a piece of cloth you can put down when you lay that case on its side? If
Yes.
not, go inside, get a towel.
Well, I could do that, but I think actually what I'm going to do, I think I'm getting too fucking hot. I think I'm just going to lay it down
Sweatshirt.
on my sweater. Yeah, I'll put my
There you
sweater
go.
down and then we'll lay the case down and we'll check and see how the camera can view it so you guys can watch me really start to cry. I'm a little nervous just because the last time I put a motherboard in a case there was an issue. But it'll be fine. This would be
Well, you're gonna have to.
in all the years that I have built computers, I would say since I was 12 and I'm now 47. This has got to be about the 16th or 17th PC that I put together. It's up there, but I still get
A
nervous.
lot more than me. I've only done about 6 or 7.
Well, I still get nervous doing them. It
Oh, I
doesn't
do
matter.
too. Every
Like
time I go, oh man, I don't want to try.
it's kind of funny because I watch a lot of PC reviewers and everything on YouTube, and I'm sure they get just as nervous when they're putting shit in, but they don't care so much because most of the shit's given them for review, and if they do break it, they just buy another one. For
I
me,
always
it's a lot of money.
I always go into it. Yeah, it is, but I always go into it with the mindset, of you're at that breach, man. It's like fuck it. All right, if I break it, I replace it. That's just it. But yeah, you need to be careful, but don't let it paralyze you.
It doesn't. If I break it, I'll replace it, but will I replace it with another $700 motherboard? Probably not.
Now I mean the things you got to look forward to now is and maybe think about as you put that. I mean obviously motherboard's got to go in first. Your power supply it's hidden under a bracket or under a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'll move the motherboard and everything out of the way in a safe location, and we'll investigate the case because I haven't even opened the
Because you're gonna have
case.
cable management, you're gonna run behind and
So
up and
that's
down and
all
all that stuff.
behind. And like I said,
Yeah.
my plan is to do that with you guys on stream. Like it's 9 o'clock. I expect we're gonna be here till midnight. So if you're afraid you gotta go pee or something, you're not gonna miss something. Go by all means. This could be a while, and just about if you have to go to bed, man, or go eat supper, by all means, go.
I'm good.
Yeah, you just want to watch me fuck up.
I'm good.
No, we don't want to
Actually,
see that.
so Fess, there is an interesting thing that this motherboard has that I'm not used to.
Yeah.
And that is there is a PCIe power connector on the motherboard to assist PCI Gen 5. So that's a new one. You're probably not even used to that one.
No,
That's
I don't.
new.
Yeah.
So you've got your connector that goes in the GPU, but there's also an additional PCIe connector that goes into the motherboard to give PCIe Gen 5 more power. Now, the video card that I have is PCIe Gen 4, so I don't think you absolutely need
Yeah.
to put it, but I am going to put it anyway. I'm sure it won't hurt anything. So now the question is, do I go to the Canadian Club and ginger ale, or do I go to the Jack Daniels and
What does
Coke,
it plug?
or
What
do
is
I
that?
go with
What does it
one more
plug
Coors
into?
Light?
What would that thing plug into? Is it just like a?
A
Is it just
PCIe
a?
power on the power supply.
So the power supply plugs into that.
Correct. It's like
Oh, okay,
another
okay, yeah,
header
yeah. So
from
it
the
just
power
boosts it. Yeah,
supply.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, just giving the
Yeah,
bus forward a little more power. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives the
yeah.
bus more
Definitely plug
power.
that in. Yeah.
It allows 50. It's actually required for the 50 series GPUs.
Yeah, I'd plug it in.
I don't have a 50 series GPU, but that doesn't mean one day I won't have one. And it would be a real bitch to have to worry about plugging that in after the fact if you ever go with that. Go Canadian Club, save the JD for when you can buy it. Dude, what are you talking about? We got JD right here. JD and Coke.
I think
But I'm gonna go
I'm
with
gonna
one
be.
more Coors Light
Oh
until
God.
I do the case.
Dude, I think you should. I don't think you should.
I'm getting thirsty, Fess. I'm
You scared?
dry.
What? Go.
Stick with the
Just
Coors
get a
Light.
Coca-Cola. Just get a regular
I'd have
Coke,
to go in the
man.
house for that.
Yeah, well, you take your socks off and run through the snow. Sober you up, nice and clean, so you don't fuck this up.
I won't fuck
Hate to
it
make a
up.
seven. It would suck if a
Okay,
$2
as
drink cost a $700 mistake.
I'm
We'll
gonna
do.
take your advice, Fess. It's still closed. I'm gonna take your advice. It'll be my reward once the
There you go.
motherboard is in the case. Then I will
Yeah.
sit here and have a beer. Okay?
Let us do the heavy drinking.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
I
I got
don't.
too much anxiety over here.
When you're in the safe zone, it's safe to take out the hardware stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. All right.
He sneaks.
I guess we have to try and figure out how to pull this all apart. So,
There's those fucking power supply, or all those cords that need to be plugged into the motherboard up around the top and everything are always knuckle busters.
oh, for sure. So apparently everything here is toolless. So all the plexi just pulls right off. And I'm going to put them all in a very safe place because this is not actually plexi. These are legit glass.
Oh no! Don't
Oh,
set it on concrete.
no. The concrete is down. I'm putting these actually in my garbage box. The case garbage box is
Magnet
actually.
tape is an amazing product.
Yeah.
Yeah, those if that's real glass, that tempered glass,
It's
those
all
things are
tempered
fucking,
glass and it'll be in a
those things are
million
fucking
shards.
claymores, man.
Yeah.
Set
So
it on a piece of tile, see what happens.
the fun thing is even the top, which has a very, 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 very fine mesh in it, and the internal mesh piece is magnetic,
Oh yeah.
which keeps the dust. So my plan is we've got the intakes here, which obviously have the dust filter behind. We've got the intakes here. We're going to have the radiator, the 360. We'll have to tilt the camera up probably or whatever. We'll be laying it down, but the radiator will go in the top. And then I've got 3 other fans to either put one here, or I'm thinking about doing the 2 on top of the power supply and the 1 in the back for exhaust. I need, if anything, it's going to be positive pressure in the case. That's the thing to remember is you don't want negative pressure in the case no matter what. You don't want it drawing dust and all that other shit in from anywhere else. So, the hell does Corsair give us here in the box? This is probably more IQ Link stuff. And no, it is not. This is... Oh, look, they give me zip ties, screws, all the accessories for the motherboard. And then, that's garbage. And then on the back, I believe this is all toolless. And the nice part about this is the IQ Link hub is magnetic. So it's already here with the tape. Why do they use this masking tape? This is bizarre looking shit, this is. I don't know who wrapped that, but how do you fucking get that shit off? Like, seriously, I would think that's like a goddamn fire hazard, but I got it off. Right in the garbage. But yeah, the IQ Link stuff is all magnetic, so it just goes wherever, which RGB shit we'll worry about after the power supply and the motherboard are in, and then we're going to have to work with obviously the cable management. I'm really kind of stupid for doing this on stream, actually, because this is probably going to be hours worth of fucking work.
Yeah, you might not get done tonight.
I might not. We might have to carry on tomorrow.
Your video card may
Yes.
have, I think my son's did. He had a 4070 Ti. It wasn't a super, but anyway, it may. Was it an MSI card?
Yes, mine's MSI.
Okay. It may have, because you want to look and make sure. Otherwise, you might have to make one. But basically, a support stick.
You mean this?
That's one. Did that come with it, or
yes?
Is that?
No, it came with it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's steel, like it's metal.
I've had one of those before, and they were kind of. It was kind of
tough
to put in. It was kind of jank, and I went like on mine. I put a piece of plexiglass. I cut a piece of plexiglass, and I've got it in like mine mounted it on the bottom. But my son's actually came with like a little stick that you could unscrew and set the size and place it, and it was like magnetic on the bottom, so it would set on the.
I actually 3D printed one that I put in that machine, the one that we're streaming on right now.
So you have to evaluate that and maybe like do it again or something.
Yeah, there's
see how well
a
it works.
Bloody good possibility of that. Okay, so we're gonna magnetically put that there for now. We're gonna lay these cables all inside because we're gonna lay this down on the bottom so that we can get the motherboard in here. Make sure that everything just goes. And we want to make sure that everything... Now, the motherboard standoffs are going to be in layers of 3. And I want to make sure there's a danger area you got to stay out of. But everything is set up for ATX, so the standoffs are actually already where they need to be.
Cool.
That's a good start. Just want to make sure the standoffs are all tight.
Yeah, it sucks when they're stripped out. It's like, you fuckers.
The nice part about this is I'm not using any SSDs or anything, so most of these carriers, like the big SSD carrier that's on the back here, I actually don't need to get at. But if we needed to get at the back of the motherboard, this is all, I could just take that from the back, the SSD carrier off, and I would have full access to where it is on the motherboard that I would need to get at that block. The AIO shield, I don't need to put that in because this motherboard doesn't fucking have one. So there's that. And I think we can pretty much just lift the motherboard in and set it down. That would be the next step. And then before I do that though, I'm going to make sure I locate the motherboard screws, which are always fun to locate. If I'm not mistaken, they're usually hex heads, like the power supply ones.
So the Russian guy asked, "What the fuck is going on?"
The Russian guy? Oh, he did. Is that what he says?
That's what he says. What the fuck is going on?
Building a new PC for the sim. We're still streaming on the old PC, which is why you can see the sim next to me. But we're building the new build. They don't have the square ones anymore, so it's got to be those, the thick threads ones. Fuck, there's so many of them, or is it the smaller ones? We'll test. We'll test. Screw it in before we put the motherboard in, just to make sure. I don't know. I don't like these plastic. Why do they do this? I have no idea. Screws are going to end up fucking everywhere. Those are NVMe's. Those are SSDs. So it's one of these for sure. I have one, to be honest, roundabout. I think it's tucked in underneath the bench here. And I'm just kind of lazy to pull it out, to be honest, right now. But I do actually have one. It's actually not that dark in here. It looks like it is, but it's really not that dark. It's just I'm blind. That's a really good way of putting it. I'm sure these have got to be the motherboard screws. Be kind to myself and get the light. I'm also worried about it washing out your guys' view. It should be right here. Actually, I've got it right here in front of my hand. Ugh.
Camera auto adjusts,
See?
so when you turn your little flashlight off, it gets bright. The area gets brighter.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. But those black cases though, they just really just sucks the light. It's crazy.
They eat the light. I apologize if this blinds you guys. Figure out we can get some light here.
Going to be a lot of light once he plugs that thing in. You'll be able to see a lot.
Well, it'll definitely help me. Let's hope if this
Although it's going to be colorful, I don't know if it's going to be white light. It's going to be colorful.
Well, I can make that light whatever color we want it. I could make it real red too if you like. But actually, you guys can see pretty good there. And to be honest, it does help. Good idea, roundabout. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. So those are the screws that I believe are going to be for the motherboard. And if my wife is here, she would yell at me for using my teeth. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to test run. I don't like that.
You're worried about plastic in your teeth to the guy who puts lead solder in his mouth.
You've never seen me do that.
I have too seen you do that.
Shh, fast. Don't give away my secrets.
Ain't no secret. Everybody in town knows it.
All right. Double checking that I have the right screws for the motherboard, and I do. So that's good. So those are the screws. We need 3, 6, 9 of them. Scotty Too Hottie subscribing at tier 1. Thanks very much, man. That's 57 months. Scotty has also says he has also seen me put solder in my mouth. 3, 6, 9.
Not for nothing. Not for nothing for anybody in here that they've never built their own PC before, but double checking those screws for the standoffs to make sure they're the right ones is very important. That's a good thing to check first, because the little one, if you put skinny screws in there, they'll stick in there. They'll get kind of crooked sideways, and then they'll go ding, and they'll pop out on you.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing to check a couple of them, make sure that you got the right screws.
Yeah, because I mean they change, over time. The design of the screws on the motherboard. Sometimes they look like regular case screws. Sometimes they look like the screws that you hold. They used to use to hold like CD-ROMs in and stuff. It's crazy.
All right, let's see if I can do this without fucking anything up. Don't run or scrape the motherboard. We don't scrape the motherboard. That would be bad. And the I/O shield appears to be where it's supposed to be, and it looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. Looks like we might have made it. Actually, I wonder if I can get that to do that. It's better. I've never actually had a motherboard that didn't have the metal shield in it before. That that's usually you have to put the shield obviously in, and this is the first motherboard I've ever had that I didn't have to do that. All right, so it looks like that one's good. Just don't.
That's the difference between a $98 motherboard and a $200+ motherboard.
You are right, Fast. All the ones that you have at home, do they all have the I/O shield built in them, or?
Let me think, or let me look. I think mine. I think mine's actually got a. Does it? Shit, I don't know. Maybe mine doesn't. I've had them. Some of them do, some of them don't. I think. I
Yeah,
can't
so
remember.
I think
I've had them
from
either way.
this is the first one that I've ever had that it's been on. Usually I'm going for the cheapest motherboard that I can get that will do the job I need it to do.
It makes it easier if
The
you don't have to put
only
it in.
reason, and this is going to sound really fucking stupid for probably most of the people in this stream, the only reason I went for this expensive motherboard is because it actually gave me one extra USB header. And I'm adding the USB card, obviously, as well. But for me, it's as many USBs as I can have because I'm absolutely sick of USB hubs, which I have too many of.
Yep.
And I want to get rid of. So I got
Testify.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm guessing there may be a screw underneath this, but I might have to remove that M.2 holder again to see if there is a screw underneath that. And I think one more over there. There's definitely something to be said for those guys that review all the computer components in the studios they have and the lighting they have to make, everything visible really good for the camera. And yeah, there is a motherboard screw underneath that. Because this is piss poor lighting for you guys, but at least I can somewhat see what's going on. All right, all the motherboard screws are in. We'll just give them a little snug up to make sure they're all tight. And the nice part is I'm out of the danger zone unless I do something really fucking stupid. I got this in without scratching it. I didn't destroy anything yet. And as long as I continue to take my time with this, we should be okay. Should be okay. But like Fess said, testing the screws is actually very important and a very good idea. You really do not want to have the wrong screw in the wrong hole, or could be in a lot of trouble. All right, so that's in there. And before I put that M.2 heat sink back on, I'm going to remove the CPU brackets for the cooler. Reward, I get to have a beer now. Because that was painful. I'm really not super stoked.
I don't know about the proper flow on what you should do first, but or if you know or not, if you've even thought about it yet. Um, um, where the processor power supply are those at the top on the back side on the
So
motherboard?
there's the 24 pin is right here. So it would be on the right hand side of the board.
Yeah, but
But
is
the
there like
CPU power is up here at the top of the board.
yeah? So you might want to have that installed before you put the water cooler in, because
Well,
your
I
radiator's
will
going on top, right?
absolutely. So my plan was after the board's in, which it's in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take these brackets off for the cooler, but my
yeah,
plan is then to put the power supply in
yeah.
and get the power supply cables
There you
run,
go. Okay,
and then I'm gonna put the CPU radiator and the cooler in.
okay, sounds good.
But before I screw the radiator in, I probably will put the water block on, just because I don't want the
Yeah,
water block banging around in there while I'm working on fucking with the fans up here.
yeah. And that,
So,
and in case you got to make an adjustment.
well, so hopefully I shouldn't need too many adjustments, but we'll see. I'm actually excited. This is actually going to go very well, I think.
You should have a lot more access to things with the little water block versus the big damn cooler, though. So
Yeah. So, well, this AIO, the water block is not tiny. It's actually pretty big. What concerns me more than anything is the
it's not going to overhang your. It's gonna sit right on that where the processor is, right? It's not
yeah,
overhanging.
exactly.
I mean, have you ever seen a knock to a D15?
Yeah, okay. So that's the thing, right? So this is smaller than obviously a tower cooler like that,
Yeah,
right? Yes, for sure.
because
Okay.
I can't see my RAM and there's no room in there. So
Yeah. You can't probably do hardly anything, fuck. All right. So, I don't know what you'll be able to see here, but I'm thinking I'm going to try put the power supply in, and then when we get around to cabling it to the motherboard, we'll drop the cables through. Obviously, the cable management is going to come at the end. I'm not going to bore you gentlemen, ladies, with all that. That I am definitely not going to bore you with. But the power supply, this fucker is next, and this thing is a beast. I have never, so another first for me, I've never had anything bigger than an 850 watt power supply before either. So 1000 watt power supply to me is far bigger than I've ever had.
more overhead.
Fast. Scotty says beer will now be known as the reward. So does that mean every time I make a good takeoff or a
Pavlov.
good turn in the air, we can reward ourselves with beer, Scotty? Is that kind of the plan? I'm following your lead here, Scotty, because I'm sure you're the expert with rewards. I mean, you're very good at what you do in your flying, so Corsair has this. I don't know what the hell this thing is. This new design that they have. I've never noticed it before, but it's like this Y. I don't know why Corsair has like a Y for a design. It's very weird.
Scotty hung up his pilot's badge.
What do you mean?
He,
What?
he's a truck driver now.
Oh my God! Is he still streaming truck driving sim? ATS?
That's why I stopped in a few days ago. I go, what the fuck is all this truck stuff?
Oh
That's
my
my fault.
God. It was. I do
Yeah, it
blame. I
is your
do
fault.
blame you, Fess. 100%. I totally blame you.
Sim Caesar was complaining about it on his stream the other day about all his buddies are playing truck sim now. They're all teaming
Yeah,
up with
he
Scotty.
can't get anybody to fly with him because he's too busy driving truck sim. Oh my God. Danger. High voltage.
Don't spill
So,
beer in it.
well, it wouldn't be the first thing I've spilt beer in before. The important thing here, though, is to connect the cables that I require prior to putting it in there. Because it's probably easier for me to see if I do it now.
The problem is when you fly, it's the quickest way to transport a route, right? So you go somewhere that normally takes you 12 hours to drive, but you can fly it in 2 hours. But not in trucking. In trucking, you can do the same thing in 2 hours because of that time compression.
Yeah, I see your point.
If they did that in real time, these guys would not be playing trucking. I'll tell you that right now.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm going to say you're absolutely wrong on that because if they had one time truck driving, I'd play it, and other people would too. It's just you wouldn't be driving across the country. You'd be going like, I'm
Yeah,
going to go from any tonight. I'm going to drive from Indianapolis to St. Louis.
I'm staying within my state.
Yeah, delivering around town. I mean, think
That's
about it.
right.
If they had that detailed level of detail, so you had like entire cities
Oh
were
yeah,
were depicted. It's like, well, shit, you just drive around town. Or even if say the cities were 50% depicted, you know,
it's hanging
um,
right there.
people would do it. You'd have your local delivery guys.
Well,
I
this is
watch these
excessively
guys.
disappointing.
Well,
What's that?
because I watch the guys, and I know exactly where they're driving because I've driven there. Between here, Arizona, and California, I'm watching them. I'm going, wait a minute. Now he's here. That's a 2 hour drive.
Yeah, it takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It is a fun game though. Can be
So
with convoy.
it is. It's more fun when you're driving with other people.
Yeah.
You can't see this, but I have a complaint to Corsair. The cables are all like I would say
Granted.
yes, but they're like a material covered, which is good. They're good. They're bendable and everything. But they're all shiny black. Except for the video card one, which is the ATX 3.1, the one that has the 4000 series power connector, it's flat black. All the rest are like shiny black.
Let's see, the last Corsair I bought, which about a year and a half ago, everything came in wire loom too,
These
which was really nice.
Um, so I actually would rather the single rather to wire loom because you can actually put the combs. If you buy the combs or 3D print the combs, you can actually put them on it. So all the wires are spaced evenly out. I mean, I'm
Hmm.
not that fucking anal, but um, I see your point. The wire loom's not too bad sometimes as long as it goes with what you want. But what
Well, it
I
keeps for any kind of chafing.
Yeah, well, so you can see each cable is just individually wrapped,
Oh my
which
God.
is actually really, really nice and very flexible. So, this being the GPU connector, you can actually put a pretty nice tight bend in that and you don't have to worry about it heating up on you.
Hmm.
So, I will say that I'm actually pretty happy about that. So, that is that should be the sense cables that are on that. So this is for the power supply or the GPU. PCIe for the GPU is that one, which they call a 12 volt 2x6 for the record. If that's what you're wondering, that's what they call it. A 12 volt 2x6 cable. And that's in there nice and tight. And the other other side. Actually, fuck. Can you get these backwards? You actually could, I think. Let's double check and make sure we're not doing something somewhat stupid here. Wow, that is interesting. It doesn't matter which end you plug into the power supply or which end you plug into. I don't like that. The Type 4 connector goes into the power supply, and the one with the description goes to the device. Type 4 goes in, and the other one goes to the device. Type 4 goes in, and the other goes to the device. So that is the way it goes. So the writing should be towards the device. Okay, so that's good. And what is that? I need to check this. Sorry, guys. What does this mean? Scheduled maintenance. Oh. Alright, not a big deal. Okay, so we've got our graphics card is in. We need our motherboard power, which is the 24 pin. That's going to be next. We'll do that one next. When are you going to be playing Truck Sim there, Disavowed?
Yeah,
That's not for you? You don't want to
not for me.
drive all the way from
I don't even like
Arizona to
driving
LA?
anymore. I don't even like driving anymore. I let Auspicious do all the long distance driving now.
Do you really? For real?
Yeah, I just got tired of the road.
Wow.
I think my last company I worked for, I was on the road all over Arizona, so it just kind of burned me out.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And I just turned 69 too, so
Well, congratulations, my man.
yeah, one more year for the big 7-0. Man,
Do you feel any younger?
I still feel 25.
Good man.
Not my back, but
Yeah, well, I think every one of us is in that boat. Okay, so now the next one are the two CPU power plugs. We need those fuckers next. There's one of them. The Type 4 end, again, goes into the power supply. And the one that says CPU goes towards the CPU. So this is the Type 4 end. Make sure that they're plugged all the way into the power supply. By the way, don't don't make a mistake and not plug them all the way in. And then I should have another CPU power. It's PCIe, SATA, PCIe, PCIe, SATA, SATA, fucking old Molex, Type 4, and CPU. There's our second CPU. All these twist ties. These are the nicest power supply modular cables I think I've ever worked with. These things are kind of nice, actually. They're very flimsy. It's kind of nice. I like it. All right, both CPU connectors can go on the end, pushed all the way in until they click. And now I actually am not sure, but I need that other PCIe connector because that's for the motherboard. down into the bottom of the motherboard, into the bottom of that. So that's gonna be this bad boy. We can run with this to there. I'm not used to that motherboard having an extra PCIe connector on it, but that's fine. And that one can go in there. So we got a PCIe for the bottom motherboard power, the two CPU powers, the 24 pin, and the power for the graphics card. Now, excuse me, I need to double check the IQ link because I believe it has a PCIe header on it. Yes, it does. It appears to. So the IQ link appears to be PCIe as well. So we may as well grab another PCIe. You have to run and get a reward, Sasquatch? Go, by all means. Don't let me stop you from getting a reward. Hey, Scotty, you should monitor your rewards. Too many reward beers are not good. All right, so that's two PCIe. So one for the IQ link. One for the bottom of the motherboard, which the IQ link can take up to 150 watts, actually. It's pretty crazy that it can get that much juice. We got the 24-pin cable. We got the two 8-pin cables for the CPU, or the 6+2, whatever they are, and the video card. I don't think I need any others. If you think I'm missing any, now would be the time to tell me. I'll put those aside for now in the power supply box because something tells me we're going to have to add them again after the fact. Pull all these cables out and out of the way. Holy, that is a hard, heavy power supply. And wait a minute. Well, isn't that interesting? That's upside down. If I put that in there, that reads upside down. And if I put this there, it reads upside down. There's no way they want me to put this. Why?
Well, which way is the fan going to be blowing the air? Through the
Well,
cooler or out?
I want it down. I do want the fan down, but
It can go either way.
it can.
It's gonna be. You're not gonna see it because it's under the thing. It's gonna be under that panel underneath.
Okay, which direction do you figure the fan spins, Fess?
Well, do the blades look like they're cutting? Like, because it's going to cut in, so it's going to pull. It's pulling air through from the fan and then out the back. So you can either mount it upside, up or down. If you're not going to have enough space underneath, they want you to mount it up.
So here's the deal. This thing is on feet. Like I can almost put a hand underneath here.
Yeah.
And you can see there is a mesh and a dust screen. There's actually a magnetic dust screen on the. Actually, it's I think it's a removable tray.
How close is the thing that covers it on top? How close does that get to it?
The top part, like as if towards the motherboard?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a long way away, dude.
So is there like you got a place
but
to put,
then there's
like,
grating. There's grating in that allows the airflow to go through the PC. So are you telling me this thing exhausts through the back of the power supply where the power cable goes?
Yes.
So it draws in. So almost in a way, I'd rather it draw in from the bottom of the case and blow out so it's not actually affecting what's going on in the case itself. I wouldn't want this thing.
Slow. They're
Yeah,
really pretty slow, and they don't. And usually they have like a thermal
it
thing on them where
actually
the
has a knob that I can control the speed on the fan if I want it,
yeah.
but
It's not going to matter. It's not going to be for as much as those
it's
fans
just
that you have on
weird.
the side there. That's going to be throwing the air into it. It's not going to be. It's going to be
It's
negligible.
it's just odd because when I'm going to look at it, the writing of the power supply will be upside down.
You're not going to see it.
No, I know. And if I turned it around and did the same thing, the writing's still going to be fucking upside down. So
Yeah, and you're never going to see that writing because if it was visible from the front of your case, because you got that panel that covers it, right?
that's right. Yes,
So from the front of the case, it's right side up. You're looking at it from the back side, it's upside down, but you're never going to see that.
that's right. Actually, you
And even if
won't
it was
see it.
visible on the front side, it would be right side up. That's
Correct.
why they did it that way.
All right. So now the question is getting this lined up on the screw holes is going to be its own fucking challenge.
You
So
got a
that
raid 3
excellent.
Lion Drummer.
Lion Drummer 96, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. All right, so those are good. What is that sticky thing? Welcome, guys. We are in the process of building a new flight sim rig for the sim. A brand new PC, and we're putting her together as we speak. Oh, wow, look at this. They give you... Oh, cable combs. Well, there you go. We got zip ties, Corsair, zip ties, and cable combs. That's what they gave us. So that's good for my cable management stuff that I will do after the fact. I don't want to bore you guys with that. We'll see how things go, but I'm going to put the cable ties and the cable combs, which I was telling you about, Disavowed. Those, these are the cable combs. They basically just separate all those power supply cables. They come in different sizes. You can also 3D print them, by the way. I'm doing good, thanks, Lion Drummer. Good to see you, my man. Thanks very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Like I said, we normally would be flying in the sim, but we're building a new simulator PC right now. So kind of a quiet night, having a few beers. So sit back, join the club. Thanks for being here. Now, I got to screw the power supply in. So I'm going to guess, and I could be wrong, should be the same, or is it the bigger ones? Let's try it just to see if it's the same as the motherboard screw. Of course it is. Should have known better. Usually is the same. Too many screws that I'm actually going to lose at the end of this. I need one of those Linus Sebastian LTT screwdrivers. Always love seeing great cockpits and PC builds. You got billet bourbon in the glass, and we're watching some bull riding for in-flight entertainment. I love it. I'm normally a Coors Light fan, but this is going to be a little stressful. So we got a little Jack Daniels and Coke that will be opening shortly, and for the Canadian spirit, a little Canadian Club and ginger ale. So when we get closer to not requiring to be too thoughtful about what we're doing, we'll dip into some of the in-flight beverages on this end. But appreciate you guys stopping by. And flight simulators and PC builds. Well, PC builds for today. Normally we're flying, but today we're building a PC. So good to have you guys here. Appreciate you being here. All right. So power supply is in. So there's a start. Motherboard is in. Now I'm going to plug in those peripherals. So we need to make sure we do these in such a way that I can cable manage them after the fact, because I do not want to have to worry too much about that. Shit, I just realized That PCIe is probably the best one for the IQ Link. What else we got here? This is the one for the graphics card, so it kind of needs to wait. Which one is this? CPU, so that's one of the ones that are going to go. Now, out of curiosity, how bad is this going to fuck with the camera? This is probably going to be very bad for the camera, but we're going to see how bad this is going to be. I wonder, it's not great. It's definitely not great. But anyways, CPU power, and then I did the other CPU power, should be the other one. I want them to go together. That's these two. They're going to cable manage, I would think, up through the middle here nicely. But they're going to jam. Oh, they're on this side. Huh. I guess I fucked that up. That's okay. They can come up the backside, I guess. So I'll put those there for now and plug them in. And then I can cable manage them after. There's no really great way being able to do this and even showing you guys the good way of doing this. But CPU power number 1 is in, and should be CPU power number 2 is in. You really got to push them and make sure that they click. And that'll be nice. I can cable comb those after the fact. They're probably going to come down the sides like that. And then I've also got that PCIe that I forgot about. That needs to go to the bottom of the motherboard. You got a spec command for the new build? No, actually, no, Lion Drummer. You're only the second. Well, I did it when I started the stream. So we've got AMD 9800 X3D with a MSI MPG Wi-Fi Carbon 870E motherboard. 64 gigs of 6600 DDR5 RAM, and we went with the NVIDIA 4070 Ti Super video card, which, believe it or not, only drives the externals of the sim. The PC that I'm streaming from now used to be the Flight Sim PC. It'll move to the Glass Cockpit machine, and the old Glass Cockpit machine will move to the FMC machine. There's actually 3 machines that run this sim. So the objective here is whenever I do a new build, all the PCs just move down the chain, and then I get rid of the slowest one at at the bottom, if you know what I mean. This one's going to be shitty for cable management. And Fess was pretty right when he told me this might be a problem.
Which cable you trying to?
So the plug for the PCIe that goes in the bottom of the motherboard, the one that goes where I don't want it to go, I actually have to put that in before I put the power supply in, if you know what I mean.
I had that problem with it was either like the front sound port on mine, or it was maybe it was a USB connector actually, where it got really tight between the power supply and the bottom of the motherboard tray.
So it's not it's not tight, but it's too tight to fit the connector through, if that makes any sense. So
Yeah. See, and it's would it be too unsightly to run around the
yeah,
edge and bring it
I
around the other
wouldn't.
side?
I would myself. I would say that that would be a cop out.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that because it does. There are some other plugs on the motherboard that it will block.
And there's enough space there that it won't pinch the wires or anything.
Correct. Yeah, there's
Okay.
definitely enough room that it won't pinch the wires, but I am gonna I am gonna remove it just because.
You just have to slide it back a little bit to get through,
Yeah,
huh?
I just gotta kind of slide it out of the way, get the connector for it through. Um, I just want to make sure. That's the only thing I don't like about these wires, these cables.
That's why I use the dual chamber.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Sam, is I was gonna go dual chamber, but I don't have enough room on the desk. I've actually already eliminated the mixer for now. As everything moves, if I did dual chamber, it's a wider case. I was going to buy the dual chamber case. I actually was going to, but then for me, I just figured this is.
I had one of those before. My last
Did
box.
you?
Yeah,
Mine
they're,
is
they're
only
huge.
29 centimeters wide.
Yeah. Well, this is not even that wide. Do you know what I mean? Like 29
How
centimeters
much is
is
that one?
almost a foot. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. My hands are where they shouldn't be. This one is 23 centimeters. So it's what, 6 centimeters narrower.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that I get that out, let's see, make sure, yeah, there's definitely no pinching of wires there at all. There's lots of room, but I have to make sure this is gonna fit. How does that work? The square. Squares on the bottom. Really not a fan of that, actually. I'm not a fan. Where is the extra? Oh, I guess. Oof. I Cable management sucks, dude. I want to at least get it somewhat close to the way it needs to be. Make sure that nothing is pinched before I boot this. It's kind of my plan there. I think that'll be okay. Not that I think it's going to do much anyways, but something to think about after the fact. But okay, that PCIe is in, so now I can put the screws back in the power supply. It's very bizarre. There we go. You love a good Coors on backup. Coors Banquet is really nice. I just don't drink it much because it's a little high test for me. The amount that I drink, I'd be drunk all the time, and that's never a good thing. Okay, power supply's back in after minor that minor derailing, I guess, call it. Um, got an awful lot of cables that still have to go around and be connected to the motherboard. Not to worry about that. This PCIe, I believe, is the one I want to use for the IQ Link. So that can go off to the side. That one's connected. That one's connected. The graphics card, not yet. We'll be doing that one after. Oh, the 24 pin. Yeah, we should probably do that one next. The 24 pin for the top. We should do that next. I don't know what this extra one is that's all by itself here. I want to go on the other side of that PCIe. Uh-oh. I have an extra wire here that's somehow tangled. Oh, how did I... You gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way I did that. Power supply has to come out again. I weaved the wire to go to the board, but I went through one of the other cables. Son of a bitch. Oh well, you live and you learn. Maybe if I take...
That's called great content, dude.
It's called great content. How many times do you need to pull the power supply out of the computer? I used to, in my previous life, used to work for a security company, and we ran tons of cables for security, high-end security installations. And there was a gentleman, I won't use his last name, but we used to call it, if you sort of came out of one spot with a cable and you should have gone over something before you went in a conduit to go somewhere else, if you went underneath it, you'd end up having to pull all those cables back because it would look like ass. We used to call that a gus. So you'd pull a gus. Did you pull a gus? That would kind of be the talk. So I really badly just pulled a gus, which I should not have done. I'm going to have to unplug that from the motherboard. And of course, there's clips on this cable, which I don't even know how I'm going to be able to get them off right now because I pushed them onto the motherboard and the clip is at the bottom and there's no room to really get in there to unclip them. This could be bad. This could be very bad. Actually, Stratford will. Oh, Sasquatch. Now you're talking. That's actually a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? I wonder if that'll actually work. Actually, it's not even the cable that I thought it was. It's a different cable anyway. You're right though. Unplug it from the power supply end. You are a smart man, Stratford will. Or Sasquatch, my mistake. Sorry, giving your credit to somebody else. I'm going to try this and hope. Oh, come out, please, for the love of God. Look at that. You're 100% right. That's not a beer fog fest. Nice try, though. Actually, now gives me the chance to get these switched around anyway. The power supply end was the correct answer. You are 100% correct. All right. Before I do that, let's get this 24 pin up to where it needs to be. Get that plugged in because I really don't want this to happen again. I really do not want this to happen again. My 24 pin plug is over on the side there, but I don't think there's, oh, there is. It's going to come out here. Wow. It's kind of a tight bend. I wish, that's one thing I will say about this case. The fuck up that Corsair did on this case, and I get it. I think there's newer models that are actually better, but there's no grommets for in the holes on the side of the motherboard. There's no grommets, so the cables just come out, and that's it. I'm just saying.
The edges are rolled though, right?
Yeah, they're rolled. Like there's no
Yeah.
sharpness or anything, but I would just like to see. I did, so Sasquatch, I do still have the PCIe on the board at the bottom. And I got the two CPU headers on the board at the top. And I got the 24 pin header on the side. So the motherboard one. So the only thing that is not connected right now should be the PCIe for the IQ Link is not connected right now, and the video card power is not connected, which I will do. Get that in shortly so I can put that in. This is the PCIe for the IQ Link. Now, do they make... I should look at that quickly because the IQ Link power as PCIe, it's only a 6 pin. I don't need the extra 2. So I'd be interested to see if they supplied me with just a 6 pin without the 6 plus 2, because it would be better for cable management if I didn't have to worry about that. These are all 6 plus 2, SATA, 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 and 6 plus 2. So they're all 6 plus 2. They just have the extra 2 pins, which... Ooh, that sounded bad. I love the sound of metal when it slams up against my chair. The nice part is, though, is I can actually just cable manage the tube, the plus 2. It's not actually required. Plug that in. I'm actually going to undo this. The cable management is, as much as modular power supplies are what they are, it could be so much worse. All right, so there's the PCIe power plugged into the IQ Link. That's the USB for the IQ Link. And I can cable manage all that stuff later. But the extra plus 2 will not be required. Either way, PCIe will go, don't get anything tangled. I don't want to get anything tangled. This is the graphics card. So the graphics card is going to plug it. Oh, you know what? It's a good thing I thought about this. Before I put that power supply back in, graphics card has to have its cable come out too, which also has to come out underneath where the power supply is. So we're going to bring that up in the same spot. The question is, does it go on that side? I might have to look at the graphics card to see whereabouts it's going to go, because it actually may be at the back. Oh, there is actually room behind the power supply for it. It's going to come up like this. I'm actually going to pull that all the way up for now. Well, the way I look at it, Sasquatch, is if I've got it wrong, though, what's going to happen? The machine's not going to boot. It won't post. If it doesn't post, well, scratch my head, I guess. Okay. Hopefully, for the last time, we're putting the screws back in the power supply. Hopefully. Unless I forget something else.
If it turns on and doesn't post and the fans come on, the first thing to troubleshoot is the RAM.
Yes, well, actually, the nice thing about this motherboard is not only does it have the LED display, it also has the individual LEDs that will tell you whether it's CPU, video, or
Your dummy
memory.
codes.
Yeah, so it has the 7 segment displays, but it also has 4 LEDs for just troubleshooting. So
That's
in
good.
theory, it should just tell me that there's something wrong with the RAM, but okay. So you double dumbass. That's okay. I think I can still reach. I think I can still reach. How did I miss that? I just didn't want to get it tangled, which is why I didn't plug it in. But I'll still be able to plug it in. Pretty sure I still be alright. So I'm gonna unplug this so I can see. Oh, that is so tight. I do like it when the plugs are tight and you know they aren't gonna vibrate loose on you. That'll go like that. Perfect. And then this one, I need to go. These are all gonna look real nice when I get them all done, but this one is gonna go right there. Perfect. All right. So far, so good. No issues. These are all gonna curl really nice and go there. That one's gonna curl not too bad on the side when I get the combs on it. I do still have to plug all these fuckers in. We're going to take a 2-second break here. Just remember the X3D chips, you may need to update your BIOS. So, nice thing is this has the BIOS flash port on the back plus the flash button. So yeah, I'm hoping I won't have to because I think this one is actually new enough, but I guess we'll find out. But so far, so good. I wish you guys had a view on the other side, but I'm pretty much done with this side for now, other than I have to push these cables through where they go, and then we'll be working on the other side of the board. My my headphones just turned off. I guess they thought he hasn't listened to anything recently. There's no noise. Anyway, any thoughts or questions? Feel free to throw them in the chat. I still don't know why there's so many different cables that I have no idea what they are. I've never seen some of these cables before in my life. Extension cables. There's actually a lot of extension cables, Y cables, some weird fan cables. I have no idea what that one is either. It's very bizarre. Okay, guys, I'm going to go for pee. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Don't go away. We're going to continue building this wonderful PC, and hopefully we won't break anything in the process. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right with you. It's a little frosty outside. Eek. The extra cables are for if you didn't have enough fan or RGB headers. Okay, appreciate that. I'm gonna take these glasses off for a minute because my eyeballs are. I was trying to think. Oh shit! I wonder if the AIO needs power, but if anything, that would plug into the IQ Link header, which I just provided at power. So once we get everything in, cable management will be done at the end. I'm not too worried about that. Should be okay. Any thoughts yet, Fess? Maybe you're not there.
I'll say it again. Thoughts on what?
Any thoughts so far?
No.
I'm just wondering if I go ahead and would it be easier to connect all these devices to all the motherboard headers before I go and put the AIO in and the
Probably.
fans?
Probably. Especially if you got to make sure where you're going to run them through.
Well,
I'm assuming you
that's
come around the side.
yeah. Well, some are coming around the side for sure, and some are gonna come in the top.
Yeah.
100. Sask Wayne agrees with you. He says 100% yes. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. This IQ Link RGB header, that is going to be my biggest, because the AIO is going to have a cable that goes to the PWM for the CPU fan, obviously. So it's going to have its own PWM. This is going to have an RGB. This is the other RGB header, I'm sure, unless this says, oh no, this goes to a USB header.
When you probably have enough room to put your USB card in after at the same time you put your video card in,
Yes.
but you want to make sure you have that in before you put the bracket in because that bracket overlaps.
Yeah, so I don't even know. It has some weird, that bracket has some weird screws. It screws to something, and I'm not really sure where. If that goes under.
Well, the way mine did when I had one like that, an MSI one, it was it went in the expansion slots. That's where it screwed into.
Okay.
Unless it's got something else on there.
It's very possible. I think it has something to do with the expansion slots for sure. All right, we'll get back at her here. Um, your AIO plugged into a USB header, but it has a screen. Yeah, so Sask, mine is supposed to plug into a USB header as well. So this is the one thing I'm a little concerned about is you need your front panel has to plug into a USB header. The IQ Link will plug into a USB header, and you've got to plug the AIO into a USB header. So I'm hoping there's enough.
You got? Don't you have like three 2.0 headers in there on
I
that
don't know.
motherboard?
I didn't
Well,
look.
look at it.
I gotta turn it. I gotta turn it
Get
to
the
look.
book. Get the book
Well,
out. Look
that's
at
the
it.
thing. They don't have a fucking book anymore. You gotta look it up on your
Oh,
phone.
PDF.
Everything's PDF, right? Now, what I'm gonna do is I want to be able to get at the cables so we can push them through. I want you guys to be able to see as well. So I'm just trying to think the best way for me to do this.
The other thing, is your 3.0 header. Does it have two of those on there? I imagine it does.
So the motherboard itself, let's look and see what it actually has. I'm going to just turn this right around. I can look behind this way. This will work. This will work. And then you guys will actually be able to see some things. So, oh, yeah, we need the glasses on again because I'm not going to be able to read fuck all otherwise. All right, CPU fan, pump system number 1, system fan 2, JRGB version 2. That's a weird looking header. Okay, I got JAF2. Oh, there's a USB-C 1, which is a weird looking fucking header.
Yeah, you probably don't have a thin connector for that.
Actually, my front panel may go onto one of those. Then I got JFP1, which I think power
Look like it's got
LED
20
switch
pins or something.
1, V2 reset. Then we got JUSB3, JUSB3, JUSB4. Can't read those fuckers though. I don't like the way that is. Actually, it's tight. System fan.
The one closest to the back is probably an audio header.
That's the very back. Yeah, that's the very back one is an audio header. So it looks like I've got JUSB4 and JUSB3 and JRGBV2, JRBV2 up there. So it only looks like I got two JUSBs, USB 3 and USB 4. But there's no
what's right
JUSB
below
1 and 2. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Under this shield,
yeah,
there
inside?
is two more USB headers, but those are like the front panel ones. They're a really wide connector. So that
Okay,
works.
those are USB. If they're really wide, they're USB 3s.
Okay, so I know for a
They
fact,
come out from the side.
yes.
Okay.
My AIO, holy fuck, that's going to be
Will they
tight
build?
there, but
Can you? How close are they to that fan? Is there room for a cable to plug in there?
oh, there's
Or is
lots
that
of room. Yeah,
okay?
there's lots of room for the cables to come out on the sides of the motherboard,
Yeah.
either here or if I have to, I can come out
I mean,
through here.
those. I don't know if your case has if it's got a USB 3 connector on the case.
I should probably do those first, to be honest, because
Well, like that one, because it's a pretty rigid plug, and they're usually pretty beefy in size.
it is. So it is really big. So what I'm going to do is grab it. If I put this, not enough hands, too many fingers. All right, so if I grab this USB, this one's going to go probably through here. And sure. Pretty sure. The clip goes on the top.
Those things can be a bitch.
There we go. The thing is, that's tight. I don't know, I maybe should have gone underneath. I'm thinking. I'm not liking that. We're going to come through here instead. It's too tight of a turn the other way. All right. So then that plugs in nicely there. Then there's another big wide USB, but I don't think there's another one for this. What I've got is, what the hell is this? Oh, so the case has, you know, that funky one up here, that USB C1 that I told you about. That's the 40 gig USB C.
Oh, you got one of those?
I got one of those.
You'll never use it for 40 gigs of transfer.
No, definitely not. All right, so the question is, which direction does it go? Is it like this? Or is it the other
Is
way?
it a one way or is it like a little tiny USB-C working
No,
the
it
other
only
way?
goes one way. All right, so I like that. That's fine. Oof, that's All right, so that one goes in. The cable management's can be a real fucking bitch here. Yeah, I am a little concerned if the AIO is going to have another one, but maybe that's what I need one of those splitters for, maybe? I think that's that. I may actually need this. Wow, I take that light away and it's like dark in here. You bought a USB header hub? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, this is not what I thought it was. I have no fucking clue what this is going to do. This is weird. This is some kind of weird magic. This is not what I thought it was. And of course, there is zero labeling on this fucking thing. But if I compare it to this, it's different. So this says front panel. The thing is, so that's got to be my reset switch, power switch, and all that other jazz. That's what that is. This is HD audio. So the HD audio we said goes at the back. So I should be able to, ha, another one of those fucking cables that I should have put through before I put the power supply in. But I'm going to get lucky. Perfect. Okay, so HD audio, totally fine. Which one's the missing pin? Got to make sure you get this the right way around. Top right, which should be that one. So the USB audio or HD audio should just gently plug right on like that. Nice and snug. The only thing I wish is that that HD audio cable, why they have to be multicolored, why they can't be all black cables, it would look so much fucking nicer. So there's that one. Camera's out of focus. Now I've got the last thing to plug in is my front panel, which again, I'm pretty sure this is my reset switch, power switch, and all that jazz.
Is it marked what goes where on the motherboard? Because those are usually a pain in the ass.
I'm looking.
Gonna have to look the motherboard up.
I might have to, because this is double set of pins. I think it's this JFP1 because actually it would make sense because this has a blank and that's missing a pin. I'm probably going to look it up just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the one it is. It's the only one I could see it being. Actually, it's missing a pin. That's the way it is. They match. They match. They match. Yep. Perfect fit. Okay, that should be everything except for the IQ Link cable, which that's the one that goes up to the first set of fans. This is actually the one that communicates, which is the USB. So, with that being said, I've got two JUSBs. One will be for the IQ Link, the other one will be for the AIO, which will work out just fine. So we're going to go here. And there is a pin missing, which is the bottom right-hand pin. Is that correct? Yes. All right. That's USB 2.0. And then the other one should come from the AIO, I would expect. So I think the next thing to do, now that all of those are connected, except for the fan RGB cable, although this one goes where? This one goes in on that side. Oh, I see these fuckers done. I got two of them. So technically I should be able to come out of one of these fans on the side. Oh no, it's up here. This one can go to the AIO, to the fan RGB fan headers if I wanted from here. But we'll see. So I think I got to put the AIO in next. Your intake fans will hide the HID cable. Yeah, it might. We'll see. I'm a little concerned. The cabling worries me a little bit, to be honest, just because I want it to look nice. But I think I got to put the cooler on. I think that's what I got to do next. I'll do the cooler and get the radiator installed. Once that's done, then the video card and the PCIe card for the USBs, and then I got to put the rest of the fans in.
Is your case fans white or RGB?
They're all RGB. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 RGB fans. And like I said, this is going to be rather interesting. Because those screws were for the AIO. There's other screws here. These are for attaching fans. It's just a little, I don't know, nerve-wracking at this point. These had better be set up as intakes. They should be. I'll be awfully pissed off if they're not. But I think I should do the cooler next. think it makes only the correct amount of sense is to do the cooler next and get the radiator and the cooler block on.
Agreed.
I think that's the next step, and then I can put my heat sink back on my NVMe. I think that's where we're going to go next. So the power supply can go out of there, over there. The cooler and the radiator is here. I have to change the brackets on the block next before I put the cooler on. Bracket. How does that fucker come off now? It's two parts. I think I gotta look up the manual for that because Corsair, that's it. I have to look up how this bracket comes off and how the new one comes on. I think I have to use a screwdriver to take part of the water block off. I gotta be very careful with this here. This is the right one. So, does it tell me how to get that off? Oh, actually, the cable they give me, they want me to route that around to the CPU block, which is fine. But it says the TAC cable. Not worried about that. Intel, don't want Intel. AMD. Replace the pre-installed Intel mounting bracket A with the AMD mount bracket C. Note, it is important that the AMD AM5 retention bracket be evenly secured on all sides before installation. So they show it just pulls off. But do you have to undo the screws to get that? I don't know, man. Where's the split? Oh, no. They just literally pull off. Okay. So, that one. Don't move. They put paper on it. Where'd my razor blade go? Okay. So, let's get the rest of that off that shiny, shiny metal. Huh. That is something else, that is. Okay. And the other side comes off. And then it pushes on. And they're pushed on tight together. There's no way that's it. That's crazy. It's actually pretty cool if that's all there is. Prepare the motherboard, remove any existing AM5 mounting brackets as shown, which I've done, and install the pump unit. Then fasten the screws in a cross pattern going from opposite corners. Tighten the bracket C screws until all 4 corners are tightened. Then install the radiator. So, the radiator is going to be one thing, but as much as I don't love it, I'm not quite sure how the... Wow, there's a lot of garbage in here. I'm not quite sure how, as long as this is going to go up like this. And this, with the Corsair logo, is going to go up like that. So with that being said, the first thing we're going to do is move this beverage of mine so that I don't accidentally spill it all over everything, because that would be bad. We'll bring this closer. Just starting the screws so that I don't have to worry about it falling off the motherboard. I have to be very careful that I don't ding the screwdriver, it doesn't fall off the screws and slam somewhere into the motherboard. The thermal paste we're using is the existing thermal paste that comes on the unit installed. We're not installing any secondary paste. I'm really surprised that there's no standoffs for this, that it's just using the standard. Wow, they just go and then they say, okay, that's it, I'm there. We're bottomed out. Oh my god, yeah, the Sasquatch, the thermal paste comes factory on it. I wasn't going to add any extra. If I do experience some thermal issues, then I will
Did
do
you
that.
peel plastic off of it?
Well, they
Did it have
no,
plastic on it?
no, it had this covering
Yeah,
it,
paper cover. Oh, okay.
a big plastic thing.
And there wasn't
So,
anything on the thermal paste?
not that I noticed. I didn't wipe it
Okay.
with my finger, but not that I
No,
noticed.
probably nothing.
So now the radiator will go in. God, I'm fucking nervous.
Just
Because
make sure you put
that
the radiator the right way up.
Well, so actually, Saminus, I would prefer to have it as it pulling the air through the. I wish it was the other way. Let me just rephrase that. I wish it was the other way, because this is an exhaust. I wish it was an intake.
You could technically change it, but it's beneficial to have it as an exhaust because of the heat in the block.
Yeah. I just the key here is going to be which screws. I
Flip
mean,
at 180.
it's not going to look that bad. What's that? Would you say 180?
You should flip at 180.
What do you mean flip at 180?
So you have
The ends around.
the pipes pointing outwards, not inwards.
This
Yes, to
way?
the front of the case. Because otherwise, they're going to be in the way of your video card. Now they'll be held up.
So you think
That, and also you have the
so
danger of getting air in the loop.
I wonder how I can do this so I can show you guys. All right, well we'll try them both ways. If you think it needs to go this way, this is what I'll try at first. But before I do anything, I have to get some screws that'll fit in this fucker. There's all these screws, which unbelievable. There's washers and everything. I should double check that to see if they want the washers installed with it. They show a number, what is it, 8, so there's 12 of E and F, so yeah, they do want the washers.
The nylon washers.
They are not.
Just curious.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, they give you like no spares. 11 and 12. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, you only need 4.
Well, that's the thing. I actually don't think you would actually need all these fucking screws, but I'm gonna put them
But
all in.
it might vibrate if you don't. So.
Yeah, I don't care about that. We're gonna make sure we put them all in. The worst part is they stick to my fingers. But I will start with 4 because that way I don't have to hold the fucking thing. But let's see how this goes. Would you believe the case is made so that these things can slide one direction or the other? That's pretty cool. Screw and the washer.
If you get that thing up and running and stuff, and you had it running for a while, let me know when you start to have nightmares at night about water leaking out on your video card.
I actually, to be honest with you, Fess, my other one is done the same way, and I've never had a
With an
worry.
all-in-one.
Oh yeah, it's an all-in-one. Yep,
Okay.
yep. Never once have I had that worry. I've never worried about it, and obviously it's never happened.
I only water cooled once, and that was back in the old Athlon days.
Well, so
That's
you
what.
don't overclock though, right?
Oh, yes, I do, or I
Oh,
did.
you do?
Yeah.
So I overclock. And when you
Yeah. I
overclock,
don't.
this is the best.
I don't overclock now, except for the XMP stuff.
Yeah, no,
Because there's no need for it.
well,
But no, I used to overclock heavily, man. Going all the way back to the well, even before it. But the best overall super clocker there ever was the Celeron 300A
okay.
with the 128K on die cache they had, because they would overclock to the old Pentium 2s, 450s, which was like the top line processor, and the old Celery 300 would overclock to 450. And it was
Okay.
actually faster in games than a 450 was, because the 450 had like a 512 cache, but it was on these outriggers, so it wasn't on the die, and
Right.
the Celery cache was on the processor, so it was operating at the speed of the processor, even though it was smaller, so you got better game performance.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. Now the original Celeron 300 didn't because it didn't have any cache at all, and then they made the 300A, and it was like a $70 processor that you got like $400 whatever it was, $450 performance out of it. It was crazy,
That is crazy.
and it was a bus clock too, so it went from like whatever it was, 33 to 66 or 33 to 100, whatever the fuck it was.
So the last machine, which is the 8600K, which is what I'm streaming on right now, I overclocked that. It's I think 4.2 gigahertz base clock
Mm-hmm.
or boost clock, and I'm overclocking it to 5 gigahertz. And it's probably that 5 gigahertz is probably the reason why I've been able to keep that PC for as long as I have. If I didn't, and I expect this X3D chip, I will overclock it by probably 200 or 300 megahertz at least. Obviously not for a day or two, but you can get a 200 megahertz overclock pretty much right out of the box. But then if you fuck around with a few more things that are a little
Does it
more
now?
risky,
Do
you
the
can.
AMDs do they have those XMPs like the Intels do?
Yeah, it's called
Where you yeah, I
Expo.
would click that and see
So
what you get
that's
out
the
of it.
first thing that you do, but that's only memory. That just basically takes my memory from 4800 megahertz to 6600 megahertz.
But I mean, does it have like the game whatever boost in there
It
too,
yeah,
like the
there's a
Intels do?
built-in game boost. So my
How would you see where that
game
takes you
boost that's built in takes me to 5.2 gigahertz. Sorry. Yeah,
on the old one?
5.2
What,
default.
on the old one or this one?
No, on this one. So I
Okay.
was 5 gigahertz on the old machine. This machine, its boost clock goes to 5.2.
Hmm.
But I'll be able to get more out of it. I'm figuring 575 would be perfect. But again, it depends on the CPU they send you.
Yep.
Because some, like this, I got lucky with this 8600K that I have that it was able to do 5 gigahertz. Not like it's not like everyone is guaranteed
Yeah.
to
I
give
know.
you all that clock speed, right? Every chip is different. The only guarantee that Intel or AMD gives you is the posted boost clock and posted base clock. That's the only guarantee you get. Just because it's an unlocked chip and you can overclock it doesn't mean that they're guaranteeing that it'll work. Okay, they all have washers. They're all tightened down. CPU coolers installed. Now, let's get the shield back on before I ruin that fucker. What the hell was that cable for? Oh, graphics card. Hey, should be somewhere here. Go in the hole. Got Dusty. Go away, Dust. We don't want you, Dust. Oh.
Just already?
Yeah, there's dust already. The Corsair is magnetic. That's bizarre. What the fuck is that? Oh, I guess it.
Does it spin with it?
That's what I thought. I think you can 3D print your own. But that whole cap pulls off, and I can put an LCD screen on it. But now I got to look at what cables plug into it. So I got the IQ Link cable has to go up there. And then the PWM cable. So I've got the PWM cable. Where did I put that fucker?
I gotta step away. I'll be back later.
Yeah, later as in a little bit, or
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I'll probably still be here.
Yeah.
I see bad things happening.
I'll be sitting in the channel though.
Cool. All right, we're gonna take a 2-second break here. I'm gonna have a break because my back's bugging me, a little stressed. I have to find that cable too. It's probably right here in front of me somewhere. It was that weird 3-pin cable that had. Where did I put that fucking thing? You bought yourself a little cordless vacuum blower? Yeah, they're pretty good. You just gotta be careful of the static electricity that they can generate. Oh, there it is. I knew I had this stupid. This is the cheapest. I don't know. Not really excited about this cable. This fucker is cheap ass. Fucking cheap ass. Single. It's just a single cable? There's no way. This is it. It's gotta be one of these others. That's the USB-C. Oh, I guess I could have used. I could have probably used the USB. Fuck, that's a different kind of power connector for the IQ Link, I guess. It can't be this. This has only got one fucking stupid pin on it. Where's my phone? I gotta look at the manual. Okay. Insert the 90-degree cable from the IQ Link into the pump. Okay, that I can do. Oh, yeah? Maybe I should relook at that. Failure to connect the power cable will cause. Okay, that's fine. It's keyed. It'll only go one way. So I got to put the 90-degree connector in. Fine. I did the power. I did the USB. So the other question is the data cable is on the USB. The TAC cable, that's the one that's the trick. Two-pin, one-wire TAC cable. So this is it. It's the cheapest fucking thing. Connect the 2-pin, one-wire TAC cable K from into the system hub. So this has to somehow plug into the IQ Link hub. I don't know. I'll have to see here. So I turn this a little. This is my IQ Link cable, which is going to come down from the top. But do I want it on the side? I don't want it. No. It's coming in and going into there. So I want it to come across from here. And then we'll 90 degree. I think we'll 90 degree this way if we can. Like that. Yeah. Better that way it goes around the heat sink. That works. But then there's a USB-C. But you would think you wouldn't need that if it's connected to the hub. That's the part that I don't get. Why do I need a separate USB-C connector? A separate USB-C connector? It's here to another USB header on the board. I don't know why I would need this. It should be connecting through the hub. So maybe it's one way or the other, or is it both? It's not a very long cable either, which is kind of going to be shitty. Because it's got to go from here. It has to go out of there, around. Fuck, it is barely going to be long enough if I have to connect this. Do I really need it? Yep, you do. Power cable. Connect the micro USB cable into the system hub. Oh! Hold on. Does the hub have micro USB connector? That's already the hub. That's already connected to the board. Okay, I don't need that. So out of the AIO, okay, so the AIO, insert the 90-degree connector from the 600 millimeter IQ link cable N into the pump. That's N that goes into the hub, which is already there. Connect 6-pin micro FET connector I into the system hub, which is the power. That's done. Connect the data cable into the hub, into the motherboard, and connect the TAC cable from the hub into where? Okay, but where's the other end of the TAC cable go? So the AIO only gets the one cable, which is fine. The TAC cable has to go to my CPU fan header. Has to. It has to. Where'd I put that little piece of shit? Right here. So we're going to go CPU fan, which will be this. It's a 3-pin. So we missed the last pin. CPU fan. And that has to go over and into the hub itself. So oh, there it is. It goes in there. This should only go one way. Does it go that way? Or does it go this way? Like that. All right. This totally needs to be cable managed at a later date. I don't like the way that sits. But whatever. It's there. There, it's magnetic. It's in. Mount the system. Then it talks about software setup. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, the AIO only needs the one cable in it. Okay, so now we can just put in our last 3 fans, but these fans are already connected. Yeah, they're already connected. So I have to go from this up into here and then somewhere on this end down to that fan and then out the back. See, that's going to be kind of shitty. If I go out of this side, how many have I got? I got another cable. 1, 2, 3. So if I come, out of this one, up into this one, that'd be 1. Then I could go to this one, would be 2. And then that one up there could go to that fan. What to do, what to do, what to do. Because there's no cables in any of these yet. So I have to come out of this and up into this. So they should have given me a smaller cable. That'd be this one. So I should be able to IQ link out of here, I hope. Get this the right way. Hey. Oh, that's a dummy. All right, we gotta go. Is this gonna go? Wow, that's a real kick in the nuts, isn't it? Is that cable gonna fit there? Yes, it is. These water cooling headers are a bit of a bitch, if you ask me. I'd rather it not go this way. That's kind of shitty, if you ask me. That's really shitty. Why would they make it have to go that way? Oh, that's a dummy. I can't go that way. That one's not a dummy. Okay, so we're going to have to come out of this and go to the bottom. Why do they do that? You would think that they would make two connectors, an in and out on both. Okay, so we got to use a long cable, which they gave us a couple, and I bought an extra one just in case. Although these may not be long enough. I may need the longer one. Actually, is this a longer one? How many wraps have I got? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's supposed to be 600 millimeters. We'll see. We'll see what happens. How about that? I need the razor blade to get into this fucking thing. This should be a 2-foot cable, which is a little long, but it'll get me where I need to be. Actually, it may be the same length as those braided ones. Oh, it's going to be tight, but I think it'll be okay. We'll see if this fits. That cooler, man, I don't know why they make it so that the water cooling fitting is in the fucking way. So you actually have to go backwards on it, which I think is a really bad design. But that's okay. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. Tuck it up in there. And then we're going to come over here. We will definitely have to do... Oh, it's almost not long enough, dude. Wow, why do they do it that way?
Isn't it meant to be connected to the backside
What do you mean?
on the controller?
No, so there's only 2 ports on the controller. And out of each port on the controller, you can do 7 different devices. So you can go 7 devices. So for instance, everything has an in and an out, except for the AIO doesn't have an out. It's only got an in. And I thought it would be nice if I thought there was like 2 connectors on each end of both fans, but they're not. One's a dummy and the other one is an actual connector. So you basically have to go in series with all the fans. Now, I do have a second hub. I could utilize the second hub, and then that would probably solve my problem. But I was trying to do this in such a way where I would avoid it. But it just looks to me like if I do that, the cables are going to be really not in the right spot. Even if I go like that, how do I get around to there without it looking like shit? Because it's not long enough to go this way. I don't know why they do that with the cooler. So we could come out of the cooler and go straight into another hub. I could do that. I've got to get to 2 fans that are down here, one at the back. The one at the back will be easy because it can come out of the existing and straight into that. So I'm not really concerned about that one. Maybe I'll do it first. But that's still, even if it comes out of the radiator, even if that comes out of the radiator, I still have to connect the radiator. That's the other side of this dilemma. But there's no spot for cables back there, so I really don't want to get into a bad situation there. So, with that being said, I'll do that first. And I haven't even looked at these, so I don't actually know. Okay, they do come with a small cable, which is good. And screws. I actually bought a 140 millimeter fan by mistake, so I returned that. Because that'd be way too much. Actually, the case doesn't even support 140 millimeter fan, so there's that. Okay, now this one, assuming these spin this direction, that's going to push fan air in. So we actually, if it's in this way, oh boy, I want to make sure this is the opposite of what that side is.
Before you do the cable management, you should also do a dry run just to make sure the fans are the right way.
Oh, I'm gonna. I'm absolutely gonna put these fans in. We're gonna put the video card in, the PCIe card in, and then we're probably gonna install Windows and do everything dry run, like before I do any cable management, I expect. But what I want to make sure I do is this fan has to be opposite to those fans. So those fans are exhaust, those are set as intake. I want this fan to be an exhaust, but that's 3 in, 3 out. So I'm thinking this one down here, or these down here, maybe should be intakes. 3 in, 4 out would not be good. You need to have more ins than outs. That's going to be exhaust, and this is going to be in. So they equal each other. So that means these are spinning this way. This is spinning this way. So I want this to go this direction, which will work. That's pretty cool, actually. All right, and then the screws they give me. They're crazy ass fucking big ass fucking screws. Where did I put my screw me driver? Right there. Why does it not feel right? They give you the screws for the fan, and then you're going to tell me that they're... Oh, probably because I have to turn that anyway. I got it the wrong direction. I want the connector on the top. There we go. They don't, these screws they give you, they only turn maybe 2 times. They're very, 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 very wide threaded screws, so they're just grabbing a big bite into the rubber. I gotta put this up more, I think. I think it's too low. That's too low, but we'll see. I gotta get the cable in first. More garbage. Yep. Go. Perfect. And here, you're gonna squeeze up in there. Oh wow, that's gonna be a tight for my finger. Huh. Perfect. So those two fans are attached to each other. And then I gotta come, even if I come out of that and go down there, that would allow me to come out of here and go into the other IQ Link hub. Maybe that's the way I gotta do it. Right now, one side of the hub connects there, but if I moved that to down, we might be okay. I might actually be able to do this with just one hub. I might be able to still do it with one hub. I could just go put the other two fans in. The kicker is, how do I get a wire down through there without it looking stupid? I may not be able to. I don't like stupid looking things, that's for sure. Cable's not. That one could go from there. I got two left, right? So 1, 2. But they're kind of, if I put them there, they're almost going to block that PCIe card that I want to use. So I don't know if that's such a good idea. Maybe just the one in the bottom. I think maybe we'll go with that for now. I'm thinking actually, where is the... Maybe the problem is me, because they connected this fan with this really long cable at the top. And maybe that's what I want to do, is avoid. Because if I'm smart and I disconnect this from here, which, yes, I see you. If we come down through here and we're smarter, if I could see, I think this is what I need to fix, is this plugs in at the bottom, and then that gives me a free port at the top for the cooler. We're going to be in business. Come on. So that's one thing I'll say about all this IQ Link stuff. It's nice, but as fuck is it expensive. There, it's plugged in down there. I like that better. For what you actually get, I think it's a little pricey. I think it's a little more than what it should be. And then this little cable, that one's pretty big. The little one, it's a 90 to a 90. I think, is it going to be too tall? No, it'll be okay. I can't go this way. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Get up there. Yeah, really not really a fan that this has to go the other direction. You know what? It doesn't if I undo the screws. If I undo the screw and plug it in, it can go the proper way. One, two. 3, and 4. Now, is that enough screws to undo? Or do I have to do more? I think I have to do more. I just want the fans to sag a little bit so I can get this plug plugged in without having to worry. Wow, there's an awful lot of goddamn screws in this thing. I think I still got 2 that I gotta get to. And of course, the cap is in the fucking way. Everything's in the fucking way. Should be enough. Oh yeah, it's enough. Totally enough. Get that cable plugged in there. Go in the hole. Perfect. Plugged in. Now, push this up. Come on. You can do it. There's gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way they made it that tight that it wouldn't fit. Wow, they did. It's actually made to not fit. It's just too close of clearance. Well, that blows. Okay. So we have to turn it 90 degrees, which keeps the plug out of the way. Wow, that sucks. I don't know why they did it that way. But whatever. I guess we'll have to do a double check, put the video card in next. And see if it'll post. That'll be the next thing. You got any odds there, Saminus? Mr. Rendon, how's it going, buddy?
Say again?
Do you have any odds on whether this thing will post or not?
Well, I'm pretty sure it would fire up, but if the fans are the right way or not, that's different.
Well, yeah, you are correct. But
I had to turn my case fans and my radiator fans.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it would be shitty if I was all backwards here. But
my case fans was facing the same direction yours are now.
oh, okay. Yeah, that's the light is kind of shitty there. You guys can't really see much, but that's kind of the part of the problem. But we'll see what happens because I think the video card is next. But I do still have 2 more fans to put in. I just don't know if I'm actually going to need them. That's the other thing too. I may not. They would come off here and off this fan that I just put in here, and they would be both here blowing. Essentially, I would think they would be intakes, so they'd be blowing on the video card. But I don't know if they're necessary. So we'll try without, I think, and see how it goes. My wife might be happy if I actually return $100 worth of fans. I got to put the video card, the PCIe card, and then we should be golden. So you're right, Sasquane. That's the other side, right? You can never have too many fans. Well, Mr. Rendon, this we're going with the 4070 Ti Super, and it's the 9800X3D AMD processor. It is a little bit of work. Well, the cable management on the back and everything, that's going to be me tinkering with tomorrow. Hoping it's what, quarter to 12. We've been going since what, almost 8 o'clock. So 4 hours. I'm gonna put the video card in. We're gonna see if it posts. We'll get Windows on, and then we'll see if we get anywhere. It's fun. I actually really enjoy building computers because it's not a full-time job for me. If it was a full-time job for me, I probably wouldn't like building computers anymore. But I actually quite enjoy doing it as a hobby. I only do it once every 6 years or something. So, connected to the hub, the 3 main fans, they come up. Connected to the hub goes through the 3 fans on the cooler, and connected to the hub goes to the last fan at the back. And the AIO the AIO is actually connected to the hub by itself. So on the other channel. So far, I think we're golden. The I don't remember who was saying that I think it was Replica Gaming was saying that he doesn't like the IQ Link software. I saw some pretty cool features with it, actually. So we'll have to see if any of that works. I can move the camera and show you the screen if we can get this thing to post. But I guess the video card's next. It's going to be the next one. And then we'll have to put her all back together. And then we're going to get to see over the next couple of days how it runs Flight Sim. I have to move FSU IPC over and all the Lua scripts. I gotta move over the Arduino library. That's gotta come over. It's a lot of fun. So this is showing that the graphics card is locked right now. So it's unlocked. I'm not sure how that support I'm not quite sure how the support works. Support's going to be very interesting. But it looks like the support has got to go under a couple of the 4 slots. Looks like it takes up. I think it's 4 slots. But we'll have to see where the graphics card fits. I haven't even looked to see how many slots the graphics card is. We'll have to do that now and see what we find out. So where did I put the graphics card? It's here. 9 slots. Yeah, 9 slot graphics card. Actually, the new 5090's only a 2 slot for the Founders Edition. Lots of cardboard. My recycling bin is already full. I'm really looking forward to more fucking cardboard. So it looks like 2.5 slots. Something. Just hold it up there before I peel the PCBE off. So I'm gonna need to take off those 2 for sure. So we're gonna take 3 off to start with. There's a whole lot of plastic on that fucking card that has to come off as well. So I'm going to take the top one off because the support, I think, will go under it. Just take that screw off. The top screw. And then we're going to be, oh, don't drop the screws. 2, 3. I hate these screws, especially because I'm not using a magnetic screwdriver. And 4 for the support. And 2 or 3. Top one can stay in. Gravity is not my friend, clearly. get all the plastic off this. Never seen so much plastic on a card. Oh, my phone is ringing. This could be a work call. Give me a minute, guys. No. Hello? Yeah, what's up? Apparently, according to work, we're in a big circle jerk because they lost communications with some devices in one of the buildings. And I said, okay, is there power to any of the devices? No, there's no power. I said, well, call the electricians. Well, they're saying it's instrumentation. I go, listen, if there's no power, I can't do fuck all. So I said, call me back when you have more information. Okay, he says. Fuck.
Does help with some power.
Yeah, just get electricity, and when you have electricity, then let me know. I'm not an electrician. All right, more plastic off. So I expect my phone will ring again there shortly, but for now we're good. All right, I think everything's off now. Now when I go to plug this bitch in, what I want to do is I want to know is this is going to go there. Oh, easy. This will go in there. And then we got to put the support in. Oh, it's all in. I should be able to hit the little button to lock it in place. And then we'll see where the support's going to go. This is the support here. And it's going to go on the, like, do they actually, they don't want it underneath like that. That would be, I think that would be stupid. So it would almost take up another slot. Have this weird. Oh, I see how this is supposed to go. It's probably something like this. But that would be too high up. This has rubber on it there. Maybe it does go underneath. If it goes underneath, then it's going to take up those four, but then that'll fuck that one a little bit. Is that what it needs to do? I mean, really, I don't even know if it needs the support, but something tells me that it's not really going to need that fucking thing. But I'd really like to see, this should go on top. That actually makes more sense, but then that kind of covers the logo there. I don't know if I'm really a fan of this janky little fucking support, to be honest. I'm not really a fan. I'm not really a fan of the support.
Yeah, I'm back. I saw you fitting that in there.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the support.
Yeah, it goes up underneath there and holds it up. You gonna make a stick?
I will after. Yeah, it's.
Because
I
you've
mean,
got a
there's.
good. That's that. You got that rectangle down there that covers your
Yeah, the
power
power
supply.
supply
Yeah,
box.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that's a good place to
but I'm
put
gonna
something
have
on.
a piece. The PCIe, the many USB ports go in the bottom, but it's a
Mhm.
short card, so there'll still be room out here. Which I believe that power supply had the same thing. It had a spot back here where I could put a support. So I believe that's probably the
Yep.
way I'm gonna do it. Not really a big fan of the way that support worked, so we're just gonna.
I found the YouTube video showing how to install that support bracket.
Yeah, and was I close?
It's underneath. So you
The
you see on
whole
the
thing
support
goes
bracket
right under. Yeah.
that it's a notch down just above where it says G-force.
Where it says G-force, it's kind of notched. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to go under the logos.
It's
Yeah,
got a
I'm
rubber
not.
pad on it too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does have a single rubber pad, but
Yep.
I'm really not a fan. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. There's not that much weight on the card, anyways. But this motherboard is pretty intense. I'm sure everything will just fit in it pretty good. Yeah, how many screws can you drop into the case? That's a good question. Come on. Thread. There we go. And then the blank. Come on. How many fingers do I got? There we go. It doesn't look right. I don't like the look of that. Why is that like that? odd. Why is that like that? It looks like it's bowed slightly. There it goes. Click. Click means you're safe. There we go. All right, now the power connector has the sense lines in it. Put that in. Now we won't need, I mean, let's be honest, there's not much you can do about that fucking cable, but it sucks. Not a big fan of the cable coming down in the front like that. Like, it looks kind of, the cable kind of looks kind of ass there. But there's really not much you can do about it. All right, and the last one, may as well put it in before I put Windows in so it can find the card anyway. Put the PCIe in. Camera's not focusing. Wow, this fucker is tiny. Huh. They send you a driver CD? Fuck that. I don't think. What a short, tiny little card. There we go. The additional 7 USBs are installed. So now we see if this thing posts. We connect a monitor to it, a keyboard, a mouse. And if it posts, we'll put in Windows. And then I'll do cable management tomorrow. What a mess. Tons of fucking cables. But what a mess. My biggest thing is to make sure that the CPU cooler starts and the radiator starts. And fans I'm not too worried about, but it's the AIO. That's the big one. Like,
Yeah,
really,
you got water in there. Even if it doesn't start, it'll be all right.
yeah.
It's gonna pull heat off.
I mean, the nice part about all these CPUs is they shut themselves off or shut themselves down if
Well, they're supposed to.
yeah, well, they're supposed to if there's any damage or
I
risk.
I caught a video the other day of, and I don't know, I can't remember what the circumstance was, what happened, but somebody had an AMD processor that
Cooked.
Yeah, that cooked, and I don't know if it was a no heat sink situation or what happened to it.
Yeesh. Definitely not a situation.
We want to see lights and fans and no smoke.
Yeah, well, let's hope the smoke thing would be a plus. And I need to I'm gonna need to disconnect a monitor from this machine, which is fine. I happen to know which one I need to disconnect. Hopefully I don't lose you guys. Everybody's still there?
Yeah.
Oops, I lost the camera though. Hang on. Working on it. Wow, there's just too many fucking wires. My glasses fell. Okay, this cable. Come on. I see ya. We'll use this monitor. And then I'll fix the camera. Come on. Why is that? Whoa! Why are you doing that?
Is it a derpy camera?
Derpy? Focus. If I get rid of this light now, probably. See if
Yeah.
this will focus before. Actually, let me plug this in first. Huh. Which one? Oh, the display ports, they got plugs in them. Is that display port? It is. Just making sure. Display port number 1. Keyboard and a mouse would be handy. Move that so that you guys can see it. I'll turn the camera so you can see it. The keyboard I have here. That's a good thing. That's a pretty easy one to grab. And the mouse is in that box somewhere. Where the fuck did I put that? We'll see if the front I/O works. Front I/O USB, I think, should be. Maybe? Is that what that is? Fucking better be. Oh, yeah. It's USB. Is USB. Okay. And we'll plug a mouse in. Hopefully there's some battery on this, but if not, that's okay too. Just about Saskwain's looking for the drum roll already. I don't know if there'll be drum roll. More fucking cardboard. It's unbelievable the amount of cardboard and packaging that exists. Actually gets to the point it gets a bit irritating. There's so much fucking packaging. USB-C, USB-A. And the mouse itself. Ooh, the dongle in the bottom. Shouldn't need the rest of that. Tell me there's a USB on this. I really want to use. What was that? Putting. I really want to use. I want to use that for the USB for Windows. So, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to move this to the back. There might be 1 or 2 USBs on the back of this computer. It's kind of hard to tell. Fucking 7 of them in the one card. And this one can go here. Alright. I don't like the way that fits, actually. I did not feel great. But it's there. So in theory, if I turn this on, I should have a light. I do. That's the charging cable. Not worried about that. So what's going to happen, boys? Is
Wheel
it going to
snipe Selly.
post? Let's see what happens, I guess.
Wheel snipe Selly, boys.
As long as you don't get smoke.
Yeah.
Yes, smoke is the worst. Oh, look at them bling bling lights. Catch your dragon in there.
If I could get the monitor to come up unless it shut itself off. Come on, monitor, you're going to turn yourself on. I don't remember if there's buttons on that monitor. It should just auto detect.
Now you can feel where the airflow is going.
So I do have a problem. I do have two lights on. I gotta get my glasses here and see what the two diagnostic lights are because they're a little concerning.
Probably no bootable disk.
CPU is red.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's good. It looks like it's posting. Hang on, there's something going on. All those lights went off. We got a 4F, whatever that is. Now,
Get a post on the monitor.
so the monitor is connected, but it is possible that this motherboard may need to be flashed for this CPU. One of the lights is on after all the diagnostics, and I got a 15. The CPU light is off. It looks like the RAM light is on now. So the RAM may be the problem right now.
Has it been? Does it sound like it's been cycling? Like rebooting itself at all?
I can't tell with the headset on.
Okay. Because a lot of times, like that, it'll go, okay, this last configuration doesn't work, so, and it'll start running down to defaults.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at right now. And the thing is, I just don't know. I don't think this monitor has any buttons on it. This monitor is always just come on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the power on it just to make sure that's not the problem. There it says Acer. Oh, the CPU looks like it might have rebooted again anyways. It's running through all kinds of codes. Oh, I've got HDMI 1 came up. DisplayPort in.
And you'll reboot it and dance on that delete key and get in there and see what it's all
I'm
about.
oh. Press F1 to run setup. Perfect. So I'm into. We gotta. Yay!
Yeah.
Well done, whoever had the clap.
I was waiting for the time to push it.
So that's rather interesting. So the core temperature is at 45 degrees Celsius right now, which, I mean, it's almost 30 degrees Celsius in here. I'm sure I've got it. So the first thing I got to do is we'll grab this fucking camera, bring it around so you guys can kind of.
Oh, look at that bling bling keyboard.
Oh yeah, bling 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 keyboard. So first thing I'll do is put on Expo. My mouse is not working in here. Come on. XMP XMP off XMP1. We'll do that. So the memory is currently Corsair 32 F48 mega transfers. So this should go to 68. So what I'm going to do is save and exit, which used to be
How
F10.
do you know if the water pump's running?
I don't.
Put your finger on it, see if it's vibrating. Would you feel it?
I don't think so. I'm sure it is. It's all lit up. So if it's lit up, it's got to be running. So we'll reboot here. I'm going to bring this down onto my lap, which will be a little easier. And then maybe I can set this so that you guys can see it and I don't have to fucking hold the goddamn thing. I'd like to see it go into the BIOS. It should have been in there by now. I mean, the other good thing is there isn't smoke coming out of it. But why isn't the monitor coming up? It's doing another boot. I can see it. Like the LED display is down there. It's coming up now.
A lot of times the motherboards won't have your memory. In my experience, it won't auto set the memory, so you got to like manually set it.
So it's nice it has. It grabbed it. It's
Okay, that's good.
running 6600 mega transfers.
Okay.
So that part is good. It's detected its Ryzen 7 9800 X3D 8-core processor. It's got the memory info there as DDR5 6600 now, even though they're both 4800s. M.2, it sees one M.2. It doesn't see the second M.2 for some reason, but I may have to go into that section to be able to see more. Yes. It sees the M.21, which is the T-Force, which is the PCIe 5, and it's got the Western Digital Black 2 terabyte, both of them in there. And CPU fan number 1 is running at 2,112 RPM. And you see that there, Fess, in the bottom? I'm not sure if you should be able to see it, bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Yeah.
So that tells me the pump is running.
Yep.
Because that's CPU fan. I
Should you plug
should.
that into the pump?
What's that?
Should you plug that into the pump? Because isn't there a pump plug-in and a
So
fan
so
plug-in
so
separate?
that's kind of what it. As far as this is concerned, it's a CPU cooler. It's just a tower like you have. Because it's an all-in-one. So there isn't a separate PWM for the pump and a separate PWM for the fan. You know what I
There
mean?
should be. There should be on the motherboard. There's two plugins
Yeah,
there.
but on the AIO there isn't. It's only one, right? So you're thinking like a pump, like when you have a
Yeah.
separate
So the
liquid
wire
cool?
that comes out of your. I'm assuming you got a wire that comes out of that water block because the
Nope.
pump's on the water
Well,
block.
so there's one wire that comes out which controls the light, the pump. It's got the RPM. It's got everything built in it. Yes. So there's one wire that comes out of that and goes to a hub. And from the hub, there's a single wire that comes out and goes to the
Oh.
CPU fan header.
Okay. All right.
The pump plug is for the custom builds.
Custom builds for a pump plug. That's right.
Royer.
So now the only other thing I want to do is integrated peripherals, graphics card detection. We'll just leave that at auto. That's fine. And the boot order is what I want to change, which I know I can do it if I had the mouse for the bottom. Boot. Boot order 1 is going to be USB key. And then boot option is going to be I guess USB hard disk. Or just UEFI hard disk. That one. There we go. Alright. Escape. Save and exit. And I'm going to grab. Oh, that's the only. USB. Make sure this is the right direction. Plug that in. Reboot. And it should boot from, and we should see the Windows 11 install come up. We should. If all goes well. The only thing I don't like is how long it takes to boot. So I'll probably have to do a BIOS update. I think regardless, I'm going to have to do a Sasquatch. USB software will let you control them, yeah. Then time to crack that CC and Ginger. Yeah, I haven't finished. I've already got it. I've already almost finished the CC and Ginger. I really don't like how long it takes to actually boot. That concerns me. But I'm hoping a BIOS fix will do that. Oh, look at that. We got a Windows. We got a circle spinning. Oh, shit. This isn't going to actually work here. Because I need 2 keyboards. Alright, now I need to grab this. And I need to go to desktop. And I need this. That'll work. Alright. Language to install. English US. Fuck, I don't know if this mouse is working. Next. 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 And I'm going to just do this for a minute. I like this keyboard. Too many numbers. Okay. I haven't connected the Wi-Fi antenna, but I'm hoping it'll get Wi-Fi when we get going. Do I have to read this fucking thing? There we go.
Does anybody read those?
No, probably not. So disk 0 is where we want this to go. Unable to open link. Oh, because I'm going to check device specifications. Let's see what happens now. Hey, how come you guys can't see that? Oh, because it it's at the top of the screen. That's why. So at 12:30, we started at 8. I have yet to cable manage. That'll be with coffee in the morning.
Which way is the fans blowing? Is it all correct?
Okay, that one is correct. And that one appears to be correct. Hard to tell on the radiator, I assume.
Next time you have a smoke, just gently
Just let it.
exhaust some smoke.
Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to do though without the case fans on, but I'd love to know what 08 is if somebody has internet and can look up this motherboard and tell me what 08 means on the fucking LCD or LED 7 segment display.
What was the
MSI MPG Wi-Fi Carbon 870E, or sorry, it's X870E Wi-Fi Carbon. Because now it's gone to 00. Oh, because it's rebooting. But 08 doesn't seem right to me. I think it should be like 16 or something like that is what should normally show. 51, 46, 15. Like to me, this should this should boot like instantly. I'm really shocked at how long it takes just to even get the BIOS option up. There's a 1.5 on there now. I just don't know why takes so long just to even start booting. It's come back up that memory light is on again. I wonder if it.
So what was the
So
code you got?
so right now it's 1.5. What does 1.5 mean? There, now I finally got a BIOS menu.
Um,
Now it's at 08. Whatever the fuck that is.
it mostly says memory related.
Yeah. Which is great. You give it memory that is approved and it's little in the manual under compatible. There's also a flashing red light under the NVMe. I don't know why that's flashing. That's kind of scary too. Scary. Anything flashing red, scary. But that's the NVMe that I'm installing Windows to, so unless that's the hard drive activity light, it's possible. Oh fuck, is it rebooting again? Must be. Yeah, it is. It's rebooting again. Yeah, when it goes to boot, it has a problem with the memory. And then it sorts itself out, and then it does it again. And then it reboots, and then it's fine.
And you got the memory in the right slots. You staggered them.
Yeah, they're 2 and 4, just the way they're supposed to be.
Scotty said this isn't uncommon for new AMDs. He said he had the same thing. It'll eventually speed up.
What do you mean? What does he mean by
The boot.
it'll eventually speed up?
I don't. I
Like,
don't know.
When I do like a firmware update, we'll fix it. You mean?
No, I mean like it sounds like it's figuring shit out. And of course, you're installing Windows right now, aren't you?
Well, it's in the middle of installing Windows right
Yeah.
now. Yes.
So
So roundabout, it's a 9800X3D by AMD. Yeah, the RAM sticks came as a matched pair, and Expo, and definitely um, listed in the compatibility for this motherboard. It's a 4070 Super TI Super card that I got. It should be.
yeah, I had him check that the RAM to make sure it's compatible.
It's actually funny that you told me that, Fest, because I wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Stratford
15
and
is
Sesquane.
pre-memory system agent initialization is started.
Oh, okay. Stratford says AMD does memory training during the first boot. Not sure if it takes more than one boot, but it sounds of things it looks like maybe.
Yeah, just two roundabout. He's going 232s.
Yeah, so there's 60, 64 gig of RAM. Uh, you'll need an interconnection connection to continue setting up your device. Once connected, you'll get so Ethernet 2 is not connected. So I either can grab an Ethernet cable, which is probably the right thing to do, and plug it into my router beside me. That would be the probably the best bet. Otherwise, it's Wi-Fi, and I don't want to go down that path. Let's see if we can find an Ethernet cable. This could be a slight trick. There could be a slight trick. There is a cable here. I don't know what it's connected to. Oh, something down there on the ground. I don't want to touch that.
There goes the stream.
Yeah, well, I do have to be cautious about that to an extent here. I do have a couple of boxes here, and there should be a fuck ton. There should be Ethernet cables somewhere. I found one just the other day. Where did I put it? Where? Oh, gonna get lucky? I got one. How long is it though? Doesn't look very long. Do I have a longer one? Wow, I hate being fat. I kind of
It
like the
also
look of that.
says here, as long as you don't have a 50 code, you're safe.
Yeah, right now it's a 08, Sam. It's pretty much what it's sitting at for normality. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the system agent initialization.
Hmm. All right.
The 50 codes are the arrow codes.
That's not a very long fucking cord, man. The 50 codes are error codes? Okay, so we don't want
Yeah.
50 codes.
So 50 to 59 and 5A and 5B.
Okay. Let's see if this one's a little longer. Fucking tie wraps. I have tie wraps on everything because you think it makes it look neat, but meanwhile, all it does. No, that fucking cable is short. Where's a longer Ethernet cable when you fucking need one? And you know what the sad thing is I probably got like 10 of them. They're just not right where my hands are right now. Like, where is a fucking 6-foot Ethernet cord when you want one? Let's go in this box. Oh, what's this? That's not Ethernet. Huge, huge power cord, though. That's all power cords. That's all my audio cables. Oh, what's that? Cut off Ethernet cord. All right, let's see if we can make this work. See if we can make this work. Go to the router. Down to the router. All right. Tell me you got a spare port. You do have a spare port. Oh. Alrighty. I think that one's a little longer. Where did Trevor go? He's fallen under their desk. He can't get back up. And the metal case continues to fall. Not enough room. Ugh. Why is that so fucking short? God, I'd give my left arm for a Ethernet joiner cable right now. Okay, maybe we need to do Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking roundabout when I get everything actually set up. Oh, really? Sasquatch? That would make sense. Well, so it's because the X870E is brand new as far as motherboards go, and the 9800X3D has only been out for a very short duration. But even this cable that I just located is not long enough, so I need either bigger or it somehow needs to let me. I don't think it's going to let me install a driver. You can't install a driver without the internet. So I'm going to have to steal an Ethernet cable. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to look one more time in this boxes before I go to that extent, because something tells me I have one right here. It's just a matter of finding the fucking thing. I have cables everywhere, which is my biggest problem. HDMI, 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 like holy man, how many HDMIs does a guy need? HDMI, USB, USB, USB. Fucking big long HDMI, display ports. You know what's funny? Every piece of equipment, every time you get a new router or you get a something, they always send you an Ethernet cable. And I'm like a pack rat. I never throw anything out. Like, I mean, never. But then, not so long ago, I said, like, why am I keeping all this shit? Just get rid of it. Well, I guess now I'm in the position that I'm in. Wow, I've never seen so much junk. Wonder where I stole that last one from. Okay, so that box is a no-go. Let's check this one. Okay, so with all that being like that, we're gonna go to the big bin, which when you pull out the big bin, sometimes you never come back from it. There's definitely a big cable in there, but just means I gotta untangle it. I'll bet you this is the one that's got the end cut off of it. That would just be my luck. Oh, it's not, but I don't think that one's long enough. That is another short one. Not long. 3 fucking short cables and nothing that's 6 feet long. Oh, there's another one. Let's see how long this one is. Like, dude, a 6-foot Ethernet cable should not be that fucking hard to find. But I think we might have one now. I think we're good as long as it works. I doubt it's going to be no 500 megabytes, but where's the other end? It goes back this way. We definitely have a long enough cable. Just how much further do we have to go to get the other end of it? That's the question. I don't think that far. I think we're pretty much there. I guess I never thought about this part before the stream. Thought about everything else. Didn't think about this. Cat 6 is good at 10 gig speed. 5 BIOS releases since then. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be just fine. I'll just have to do a quick little BIOS update there. If I could just... Why is it when you need a cable? Actually, it's funny. We're going to talk about this. Bob and I both had a bin like this. And we used to always joke about when we had to go into the bin, and that once you go into the bin, you may never come back out of the bin. There we go. I think I got her. But the funny thing about it was, why is it that you can take a cable and you can neatly coil it and you put it in a box, and then when you go to pull that cable out of the box, for some reason, it's mysteriously all tangled into something else. There. For now, that's good enough. I'll clean that mess up later. Sorry about my sniffing. I guess the dust is getting at me. I just hope this cable works. We'll find an Ethernet port to plug into. At this point, I don't really care whether it's the 5 gig one or not. There's 2 of them. I can't remember which one is which, so I'll just plug into either one. Wow, what a fucking mess I made in here. Yeesh. And Now I will go back under the desk and plug it back into the router. Well, we'll see if it comes up now. Ethernet 2 is still saying not connected. Let's see if I got a light. Huh. I got a light there. Unidentified network. Network connected. Perfect. Now comes the part where Microsoft needs your DNA and the passwords to all your accounts. Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, if I had had a choice, I probably would have not done a Windows 11, but I talked to people and they said, yeah, just do Windows 11. Time for the Jack and Coke.
Put Windows 10 in, and all they're going to do is bug you every week saying, re-upgrade to 11.
Interesting that you say that because I've had that message a couple times now, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I should just do it.
Yeah, I know. I kept getting it funny. I just finally did it.
That's what they say roundabout, but I don't know if I believe that.
Well, support for 10 is going to end in 25 or 26.
No, it's this year.
Something like, or maybe it was 20. Maybe it was 28.
No, it's 25.
It is 25. Okay.
Windows 10 October this year. Apparently, they're gonna. That roundabout just said they're walking away from it, but
Yeah, he just did October 25th too. Yeah. That's not doing it till the last amen minute.
so I was dumb.
Proving a point.
Windows 7, we kept getting those warnings with Windows 7. They let you do a free upgrade to Windows 10. And I ignored them, and then finally, when I was realized, well, I probably should do it, they didn't offer it no more.
They said, sorry, now you got to buy it.
You could. I think there was a way to still do it.
Well, they say that your product key will still work with a Windows 10 install. Fuck off. Sasquatch says I'm still on Windows ME. I don't believe that for a minute.
Did anybody actually use Windows ME?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I think my favorite was 2000 Professional. Most stable Windows I'd ever had.
Really?
Yep.
311.
Yeah, a lot of people said that.
So yes, they're exhausting. They're going the right way, Sam. All of them appear to be going
You're
the
way
right
behind,
way.
man. I've been on Linux for 10 years now.
So does your X-Plane or whatever that you fly, the MU2, does that run on Linux?
No, I'm on Windows for that.
Oh, okay. So you still have to have a dual boot or something?
You can do a particular Linux. I forgot which one it is, but it's a pain in the ass to set up.
Oh, wow. Sasquatch says I did a huge mistake. What was your huge mistake? Stratford Will says he's down to only 2 Windows PCs, Linux on all the rest. But his NVR and Flight Sim will require Windows for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, my PC that runs all my security stuff, cameras and everything. I started off with Linux on that, but then when I went to this other provider for cameras because their software is just amazing. All they provided was Windows, so I switched over.
Yeah, my cameras, each camera is accessible from my phone directly. I don't need an NVR, and each one has like a huge SS, not an SSD, but a fucking stupid little memory card in them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Those little memory cards
And
inside the
then
camera
yeah,
itself.
so
Yeah,
I can go back. I got months worth of data.
yeah. I
Checking
think
for Windows updates.
I've got enough to videotape my 8 cameras for 1 month at 21 frames per second.
Well, that's pretty damn good.
Well, and it's only on triggers.
Okay, so once this is done, somebody has to tell me how I can do a firmware update. Because I have no idea how to update motherboard firmware.
Out of firmware.
You just got to go to the website and download it?
No, you just go back in, reboot your computer, and go into your CMOS, if they still call it that.
They don't.
And then there should be a spot in there where it'll
It'll look for
look
it?
for new. Well, you have to tell it to look for the latest revision.
Yeah, but it'll look on the internet, or do you need to have it on a USB stick?
It should be going. I should take it off the internet. I think that's the last one I did. Although I could be thinking about
Because
Linux.
all our Dell ones from work do it through Windows. And then they install or do something, and then when you reboot,
You
it
put it on the
automatically.
thumb drive and then put it in there.
Well, no, actually, you tell it to, it just downloads it from the internet, and then the next time you do updates, and it reboots.
Yeah, you have to reboot it and then it installs it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the way I'll do it, Sasquatch, but I'm not 100% sure. We're step 2 of 3. I'm hoping my mouse is going to start fucking working, because right now it ain't working. And I don't know why.
Got your mouse dongle plugged in?
Mm-hmm. I guess it's rebooting again. Oh, nope. Video drivers. YouTube it. Yeah. Wow, it looks like a fucking bomb hit it in here. %. Come on. Holy fuck, there's... Jesus, I just realized this fucker's 7% alcohol. Holy Christ.
Mm-hmm.
That'll light you up off your feet. What day of the week is today? Friday?
Friday.
Fuck, this is great. I still got 2 days to fuck with this thing.
That's why Fess said save that one for the last.
Yeah, well, Fess is a wise man. He's a very wise man.
Only compared to some.
Yeah, maybe. I still have to figure out if I want to put in those other two. I'll have to, when they get the glass on there, I'll have to check and see if I want to. Restarting again. Updates are underway. The reason why I went with the fish tank look was because the way that the PC is on my left, I never get to see inside the case. So at least with the front being all glass, then I can see inside. Yeah, Sasquatch, no, you're right. I do want the other two. Just have to figure out if I want to. I think they're going to go, because of where I put the PCIe with the extra USBs, I'm probably going to put one facing up blowing on the video card, and the other one is going to go on the one behind the multi USB and one down here on the lower part. That will be good, and they're going to be both supply fans. So then I'll have 5 supply and 4 exhaust. I think that's my plan. Oh, press Control F5 to do M-Flash BIOS update. Control F5 from the main screen. Holy fuck, it's restarting again. For an operating system that's supposed to install updates without having to do a lot of restarting, this does an awful lot of restarting. Oh, so roundabout, I missed your question. Where did I find the 9800X3D? I was watching Newegg real close, and they upped the price of the processor by $100. So I was like, oh yeah, these fuckers are going to start gouging. And then within 3 days of them upping the price, they had miraculously had stock. No, I didn't do a Newegg combo. I bought the CPU and I already knew what motherboard and everything I wanted. This whole build, half of it came from Amazon where some of the prices were a little cheaper, and the other half, well, most of it, I'd say 80% came from Newegg and 20% from Amazon. The cooler, the memory, and the fans all came from Amazon. The board, the CPU, the video card, the external, the other 7 USBs, they all came from Newegg. The case from Newegg. All right. Now, is there... Okay, so I still have no fucking mouse. So what we're going to do... And I don't like the feeling of that connector, which... Holy fuck, the dongle just went for a ride. We're going to plug it
I'm
in
guessing the
elsewhere.
mouse is not working until Windows is installed and
Well, that's what I
hook up
would
the
like.
drivers.
It's possible. I would have figured that after just doing updates and everything, that the fucking drivers and everything should be done, but I'm going to plug it in now anyways and see. There, it goes in much better there. See if that works. No, that's not going to work yet either. There is a way to skip this. Oh, maybe not. It's okay. It's going to be the same as my other fucking machine. It's just... Oh, fuck. There was a skip this step. Oh, no. Just sign in options. I thought that said skip this step. Oh, yeah. This is good
So
fucking.
go to your uh, motherboards page and look up the newest BIOS.
What's that?
Go to where you got your motherboard,
Yeah?
the manufacturer, go to their website and look for the latest BIOS.
Yeah, I will as soon as I get in here. I gotta find.
Do it now.
How? I don't have it. Well, I'd have to do it on my other machine. Yeah. No. Fuck off. Holy fuck off. Oh, when does this end? Yeah. So, okay, so roundabout it was $7.99 I paid for the CPU alone. Oh, look at that. I wonder what the fuck that is. What does it mean by backup? I'm not doing that. How do I
You can do that
fucking
anytime when you find out
yeah, well that
where does it go.
well,
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? This is that's got to be the main flight sim PC, which I don't know what the fuck is it's recording on that. But how the fuck do I skip this shit? No. Oh, there it is. Set up as a new PC. The worst part about this is just making sure. Oh, fuck off. Let's customize this bullshit. How about we skip that?
There's so much on. It's frustrating watching these screens go by.
Oh my god, is it ever? Like, I don't get it. Which is just a shitty way to offload shitty motherboards. Yeah, you're 100% right. I swear to Christ. I am going to remove Edge, you piece of shit. I don't like Edge.
All right, Trevor, I'm gonna head out.
All right, Disavowed. Have yourself a good night, my man.
All right.
Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging out.
and I'll check with you tomorrow, see how it went. Right.
Yes, sir.
All right, CFS. Mr. Simmons, see ya.
See ya.
Oh my god. How many times do I have to say I do not want to do any of this? There's so much bloatware and advertising crap. Oh, now it wants me to join Game Pass. Fuck me. Are you shitting me right now? Yeah, so Sasquatch, I'm probably just over 5 grand. You Canadian. Something like that. I pressed and held my mouse button and it comes up and it gives me the option to select it. Oh my fucking god. Just let me get a mouse working, please, for the love of God. Let me get my mouse working. Alright. Oh, give me a fucking mouse, please, for the love of God. I want my mouse to work. That is the dongle that it came with. So we're going to cheat because I'm not going to be bothered with that. So we're going to go this route. And then a mouse just works.
Well, it's time for me to head off as well.
Have a good night, Saminus. We'll talk to you later.
Later.
Good night.
Alright, so there should be... MI BIOS January 21st. Okay. And one of these, that one's no good. I think I probably could do it on this one. Oh yeah, that's not working. That fucking card, that fucking memory card is fucked. Memory stick is fucked. Let's try this one. There, that one works. Okay. So, let's try. No. 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 Stratford Will, you couldn't be right more. Microsoft install needs a fuck off button. Exactly. You couldn't be more correct, sir. I do find that weird though that that mouse is not fucking working. All mice just work right. Right. You plug them in the dongle. You don't need a driver for them to work. They should just work. All right. While this is at it, and that's downloading. I'm gonna try and remember where this is every time. I always forget. All right. This go away. Go away. Go away. The fuck is this? Fucking garbage. So Sasquatch, I have 2024 installed or had in the other machine, but the sim's still running on 2020 because they locked the airplanes. I don't know if that's changed. I haven't looked since the update. It's useless to me. So they've locked the airplanes. You can't change the views. You can't do anything with them. They've hidden them. They're encrypted. So as long as they're going to stay encrypted, it's unusable. You can't even change the views. You can't run your 3 monitors. That's no good either.
It's really sad.
Which part, bud?
Fucking Asobo, Microsoft.
Oh yeah.
Same shit.
Well, it's their money is Xbox, right? So that's where they cater to is these fucking guys. At least it's installing all the board shit, which might be why my USBs aren't working that great. You go from 80 frames, 2 monitors to 30 frames, 3 down to 24 frames. Yeah, that's not good.
You know, with I was reading on the 50 series cards, and they were talking about their performance with using their fake frames DLSS4.
Yes.
And I don't know if we talked about this much or not, but I was digging into it a little bit more, and I think where that may actually be beneficial, where that actually could come into some benefit, is provided it doesn't screw up the panels and stuff like the older
Yeah.
version did. But if DLSS, if you got 3 monitors and you're running a full cockpit, So you got left, right, and front views and stuff like 4K TVs.
Yes.
That's where I think that could really come into handy if you got a 50 series card. I don't know how the 40 series cards will handle that, but that would be the optimum use, I think, for the DLSS with the fake frames and shit.
So you can do that with the 40 series cards. You can do frame gen, but the
Yeah,
difference is you get one frame generated for every one pixel or for every one frame reel. With the 50 series cards, you can do one frame for one frame, you can do 2 frames per one frame, or you can do 3 frames of AI to every one frame
yeah,
that's
that's what I was
generated reel.
saw their demonstrations, whatever. There were three and
So
three in
that
there,
I can basically double my frames
and that would be. I
with
mean,
this card.
if
So
it
if I'm
looks
running
decent,
30, I'll be 60. You know what I mean?
yeah, if it looks decent, it would be worth it.
All
And
right.
because it's not, Flight Sim's not a a twitchy type, first person shooter game where input lag really matters that much.
Exactly.
You know.
So I'm going to try and do a BIOS update here and see if this will work. 2023 monitors, he gets 60 frames. He's running three 55-inch
Sasquatch, are you
TVs.
doing are you using DLSS with that to get that 60? And are you running those TVs in 4K or are you running them like at 1080?
He's using TAA, he's not using his DLS. So he's not using the frame gen, the 40 series card.
2K. Okay.
I guess I didn't get it fast enough. I did not. Let's try it again. Slam the delete key. Let's go. BIOS update. I'm hoping this USB stick doesn't have to be in the BIOS update port to do it. I can see from the camera, I got fingerprints all over my monitor, and I don't know why there's fingerprints on it. Yes, I see you doing the boot. Let's go. There we go. All right. So somewhere in here at the top, I think I can do it with this. One of these is BIOS updates. Flash? Maybe not. This version is 1A10. Oh, it must be that. You went with an AMD 7900 X. Okay, XT. Yeah, it makes sense, Sasquatch. Trees and grass do look better on the ground. I know you fly in the air. It's bizarre though. It's like P3D. You may as well be using FSX then, right? Doesn't need to look pretty. Enter flash mode. Okay. So now I gotta remember how this is gonna go now. Figure this out. Current is this. I have to select flash disk. I think that, oh, this. It was right on the main drive, right here. Here. Yes. BIOS is updating. So I'm going from version 1A10 to version 1A23. So there's been 13 updates to this BIOS since it was released. Oh, it has 24 gigs of VRAM? Nice. I should plug that in. Yeah. Just pull the power cord? I can do that. If you're sure, I can do that. I can do anything. If that's what you want, though, I can definitely do that. Yeah. Roundabout, you're funny. The sim is looking pretty good sitting there. $94. I imagine I'm gonna have to reset my parameters again. When I get all the fans in, the cable management in tomorrow, and do the glasses, put all that shit on, I will work on the slight overclock. Definitely comes up it's got to do some memory draining because she came up with lots of errors. It's a lot happier now. All the errors are gone. Ran through all the codes. I'm hoping. There, right into BIOS. And it came up, it doesn't like that. Alright, Expos gone. So we'll turn that on. Everything else should be okay. That is definitely the newer BIOS. Yeah, you're 100% Sasquatch. I get it. Want to make sure everything's stable first. Well, it's the fastest gaming PC money can buy for sure. For productivity, there's other chips that are much faster. But it definitely didn't fix the problem. Every time you exit, it still comes in and says there's a problem with the memory, and then it redoes its thing, and then it boots, and then it's fine. So that's where the stability issues are going to come in, is to see if that's even a thing. I can probably pull that now. I don't need that anymore. All right, one last thing I want to do before I shut her down for the night. Huh, that's kind of nice. Something happened and your pin isn't available. Nice. Verify your identity. Okay, fine. Jesus Christ. How long am I gonna have to fucking wait? What other kind of verification methods can I have? Oh, let's do this. I have to use this stupid edge garbage. fuck on the pop-ups? Is it downloading? How do you skip it? Skip this step. Where's skip? Ah, there you go. Fuck is that shit? Oh my fucking god. How about you just fucking go away? Thank you. Okay. For now. Don't care about any of this. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Oh, Mystic Light. I guess I have to do that. It's the only thing that's going in. The rest are not. You had lots of stupid crashes from Lee and Lee software with Afterburner is not been updated in a long time. All right. IQ Core, IQ Link Titan, RX RGB, Vengeance, DDR5, and the KRGB Pro. Perfect. Hey, Beach House, how are you, dude? Yeah, we built the new PC tonight. We're working on it. There's still so much more to do. A lot of cable management, 2 more fans to put in. Actually, that time it booted properly. That time it booted properly. That's good. You'd like to see FPS, memory usage, CPU, and GPU temps when you set up Microsoft Flight Simulator? Yeah, you should try it. Flooded basements and escaping dogs. Oh my god. First of all, I'm very sorry that your basement flooded, dude. That really blows. And the fact that your dogs escaped sucks, but as long as you got them back. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, the bloatware that is in Windows 11 is retarded. Alright, are you going to let me do this or not? What do you got going on in here? Oh my god. Are you fucking... Would you like to would you like to install Norton 360? Oh my fucking god.
Hell no.
No, exactly. Alright, I want to open this. Beach House, yeah, we got him back, but the flooded basement sucked ass. All the flooring is currently ripped out. Now dealing with the insurance company. Oh, you poor bastard. The worst thing, though, with that is, did you lose anything? Was there anything that you were unfortunately that was damaged? I like the red. What does lightning do? Oh, yeah, that looks bad. Coloring is stupid. CPU temperature, everything is green. That's perfect. CPU temperature, we want to do 50, 70, 90. It goes red. Alright, that's fine for now. Started to use Microsoft Flight Simulator Auto FPS. Can't recommend it enough. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm using that. No, I would never install Norton. I don't use any of that shit. I don't. There's no websites or anything that I ever go to that would ever be bad. It was a small miracle. We didn't lose any furniture, electronics, or appliances, just the flooring. Well, good job, man. Super happy about that. Super happy about that. Okay, I can turn this shit off now. Close. No, how do you... Oh, apply? If I did this... Yeah, you can't make it flash. Cancel. That's good. Close. Exits. What is that? Oh, that's the one I want. Ah, that's what I want. Updating IQ Link firmware. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Beach House. I didn't know they went out of business. Of course I still want them. I was when you said they were ready to go or whatever, I was waiting for you to tell me, okay, I need your address or I need them shipped. The only thing I gotta get you to do is you cannot ship them UPS. You can ship them FedEx, you can ship them through Canada Post even if you need, or US Postal Service if you want. You just please promise me you will not ship them UPS. There's no way I can pick them up if you ship them UPS, and don't require a signature. And then just let me know how much I owe you for that. Yeah, that would be 100% perfect. Yeah, not in it, but on it. That would be totally okay, my man. Thank you. I do roundabout do have a hot tub. Okay, so everything looks good now. It's detecting everything, so that's good. So now it's ordering them is going to be the key. I can't remember how this works. Because this one is almost on its own. Oh yeah, out the one side we've got the Titan, which is correct. And then on this one we've got RGB 1, which is red. Oh wow, that doesn't look right. Orange. And the last one is blue. Okay, that makes sense. Green. How the hell does that work? Does not make sense. Type any number of IQ have been detected. Here is your hub ports. Oh, the procedure's been completed. I gotta restart. Okay, let's do that. Once things settle down here with the flood, I'll get those out to you. Oh, don't even apologize for nothing, dude. I'm in no rush because I'm actually not even sure what I'm gonna do to get it to fit because it's from the MIP is only so tall, so just trying to figure out how I'm gonna get them to fit in there. It's gonna be tight. I thought this needed a restart. I thought it was gonna restart. Yeesh. That's what hammers are for? Yeah. Kind of funny that you say that. Let's do this. Next. Alright, we want as red as we can go. There, that looks pretty good there. Oh, very deep red. Red, green, blue should be 255, 255. Oh no, red, green is 0, 0. There we go. Create. Fuck, that shit's red, eh? Awesome. Now, fans. The fans. Oh my god, it detects. It's showing me the temperature of the GPU. So the CPU's at 47, GPU's at 43. Oh wow, there's three temperatures on. Oh, because three fans on the video card. That's why. That's pretty cool. All right, and close that. Don't think I need that shit running. Oh, you do. You need it running to be able to control them? That's crap. Well, hopefully that doesn't take up resources. All right, what if I do... I know that was actually in... I wonder if... I don't know why that doesn't work, though. That's fucking fucked up. I find that very hard to believe that I can't get that fucking mouse working. That's bizarre.
What brand is it?
It's fucking Logitech. There's
And
gotta
it
be
came
some...
with the little dongle, right?
Yeah, and I plug in the little dongle in.
Have you changed the port you plug the dongle into yet?
I am now changing it once again, but yes.
Oh, so you have done it once before?
I've changed it a few times, yeah.
Because those Logitech ones, they
Ah,
usually work well. Did you? I mean, because they'll work even without the unifying software installed.
yes, exactly. That's the part that I don't understand. what I'm
Unless
gonna do.
maybe you might need to try pairing it with it again, maybe.
Well, how the fuck do you do that? The dongle
Did you
should be built in. It
down?
should just work.
Yeah, but you can. There's like you can get mice from other dongles or keyboards from other dongles and program them for that dongle, and they'll recognize it. So you have to get the Logitech uh, Unify software. It's a small little thing, and then you can program that dongle and actually to identify that mouse with it, which is maybe what you need to do.
Maybe.
They're supposed to be paired, but if it's not, then you like I said, you should be able to get them paired that way, and that way you'll find out whether the dongle's working or not. Do you have any other Logitech wireless Meister keyboard?
Yes, right beside me. So what I just did was took that new MX because I've got two MX laser mice. They're now exactly the same. One's white, one's black. So what I just did is I just plugged it into the machine, the streaming machine. So I'm gonna see if I can make it work on the streaming machine. If it don't work on the streaming machine, then there's clearly something going on.
Yeah, it's probably a pairing issue.
And you said because it's installing some Logitech software there right now. There, it's installed software. And no, I'm not. Fucking log in or create account. Skip. Smart actions. Okay, so there's another one on here. I
Excuse me.
just don't know which one it is. How do I select a connection type? Fuck if I know. What's the difference if it's 3S or not? Oh, it
You don't
is
know
a
from nothing,
3S.
acidotic.
All right. Press and hold the connect button on your device for 3 seconds to put it in pairing mode. There it is, right there. It comes up. Okay, connect. Click left. Click right. Good. Click right. Click left. Click right. Click left. Click right. Click right. Click right. Oh, fuck. I missed. I missed one. I clicked left when I should have done right. Left. Right. Right. It's like a little game you gotta fucking play. Left. Right. Left. 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 Right. Oh, now the mouse works. All right. Skip. Okay, close. So now, oops, easy there, shooter. I just got it to pair
All right, it ought to work then.
on the other machine. So let me see if it'll work on this machine. Put it in. Yes. So there was a pairing, clearly a pairing issue then.
So they either failed to pair it at the factory, or it was something that got sent back and rebagged or something, where it
Yeah,
was paired with something else.
very possible. But it's working now. So that's good. All right, the last thing I'm going to do
The cool
before I
thing
go
is
to
it'll
bed.
work. It'll work in the BIOS.
Now it will, yes.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll do before I go to bed is the um, NVIDIA driver. Oh, the fuck is NVIDIA? Oh, wow, this keyboard is sensitive. NVIDIA. So I want GeForce. Whoa. 40 series. Windows 11. Oh, I want the game ready. Download. Thursday, December 5th, 2024. It was last updated. We'll install it. Logitech could not pair before they put it in the box. You would think, apparently. Agree and continue. Well, I'm glad you didn't lose your dogs, Ray. That's really good. Glad you guys noticed. Glad there was no major damage other than the flooring. Fuck, it could have been bad. Anyways, no rush on the gauges. Could be. I'm gonna be busy for a while just trying to get this computer dialed in, and I still got a lot of work to do on the King Air for 2020. 2024 is still useless. Acidotic's giving you the gears there, Fess.
Yeah, I already responded to him.
Yeah, you told him to zip it.
I said he don't know from nothing.
Yeah. All right, now we got the latest NVIDIA driver, so that's a good thing. I guess I gotta fucking install Steam now. That'll be interesting. We want that to go to the D drive, please. Oh, I don't have a D drive yet. That would be a good thing. How about we go into Disk Manager? Oh, hey, what the fuck? You must initialize the disk. How about we just do this? Okay, 0 is fine. Disk 0 partition 1. What the fuck is that? Unallocated. These are the ones I want. Properties. Western Digital Black. Okay, this is it. Unknown. Initialize the disk, please. Okay, Fess. Can I ask you a
Yep,
question?
yep.
You must initialize the disk before you can access it. Use the following partition style for the select disk. MBR for master boot record or GPT for GYD partition table.
You don't want master boot record.
Okay, because that's like bootable, right?
Well, no, because it's all changed. I wonder what your. I wonder if your um Now I'm wondering if you got your primary installed correctly. I would assume it would
It's
automatically
all
default to that.
NTFS, so that's the thing that I didn't get. But new simple volume, next, full size, assign the following D. Perform a quick format, sure. Finish. There we go. It's all NTFS. It's good. I got 1.8 terabytes. Install. That's retardedly fast. Run Steam. Boy, I wonder if boats would play good on this.
Boats.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Acidotic's telling you to listen here, Linda. The fuck is my Steam password? That's going to be another really good one. There we are. Oh,
Time to
okay.
change it.
No, it's all good. Shit. I forgot it already. I looked and then I forgot it. Now it wants me to fucking verify this. Steam support. Aha. Okay, library. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Requires enter the following code into Steam running on server. Fuck, I guess because I got Steam opening over here. Where do I fucking do that now? Oh, this hurts. Enter the following code into Steam running on server. Okay. Where? Oh, my fucking shoulder's really starting to hurt now. That's not good. I don't know what this wants. Cancel. What if we actually close this Steam? Exit. Ah, there we go. Alright, it's because Steam was over here. Install on D. So I guess because Steam is installed on this machine, you can actually play the game through the network stream it from this machine. That's very bizarre.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it wants to stream it from the main where it's installed, but I don't. I just want it to install on this. Cuz this computer that I'm streaming from now will obviously go by the way of the dodo bird and it'll just become the glass cockpit PC. I mean, I'm pretty much done now anyways. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's probably time I fucking shut her down and go to bed. Probably be the smart thing to do. Get up around 10 tomorrow morning and get back at her. I got more fans to install and a lot of cable management. Well, guys, I think that's probably what I'm gonna do here. I got an enormous mess to clean up tomorrow. I'll carry on tomorrow with some more stuff to do. But listen, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys with the moral support while we built the PC. The good thing about building the PC is that I didn't break it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good thing, isn't it, Fess?
Yeah.
I was
No
pretty
smoke.
sure I was going to break it. I was actually a little worried. Thanks, Sasquatch. I appreciate that. Have a good night, Beach House. Say hi to the wife for me. And stay safe, and hopefully you guys don't have any more water problems. I wish you all the best. That's going to do it for us, guys. We're out for the night. We'll probably see you tomorrow or Sunday at some point. So we'll see how it goes. But thanks very much for being here, guys. We'll catch you all tomorrow or Sunday. Have a good night. Until then, be safe, and we'll see you guys all later. Have a good night.